Have we done a sound check? Can anybody hear me? Tommy, I think I read your lips.
I can hear you.
Okay. I just see lots of things flying back and forth. Just want to make sure I was on the same wavelength.
I think it says the board is muted on their end. So they might be able to hear us now, but they'll unmute it when we start.
I see Justin doing this. Thank you, sir.
Thank you for this wonderful day. We want to thank you for allowing the people in the audience and all the members to reach their safety. We ask for your guidance that we make the best decision possible, and we ask these things in your name. Amen.
Amen.
Yeah.
Hey, Kevin, I think we're ready.
Ready to go.
It is 10 o'clock. I'd like to call the June 27th meeting of the Texas State Board of Plumbing Examiners to order. Dawn, would you please call the roll?
Yes, sir. Mr. Frank Benson,
Here.
Mr. James Ainsworth,
Here.
Mr. Darren Black,
Here.
Mr. Milton Gutierrez, Mr. William Falk, Mr. Thomas McDonald,
I'm here.
Mr. Thomas Rice,
We do have.
Ms. Norma Yato,
You see Dave Yelovic?
and Mr. Dave Yellowman. We have a quorum.
Okay. We have Mr. Yelovic.
Yes, sir.
We got you there. Mr. Rice is also on a Zoom call. Mr. McDonald, Mr. Ainsworth, Mr. Black, and myself are here in person. But we do have a quorum.
Ms. Yano is on Zoom as well.
Oh, there you are, Ms. Yato. I'm sorry, I missed you. You're behind Dawn's head there, so I couldn't see you. Also, board member Yato is also on a Zoom call. Bill Stout is out of state in Florida at an engineering convention. And Mr. Gutierrez, my understanding, will be joining us. He's tied up this morning, but will be joining us at 1 o'clock. So could I get a motion to excuse the absence of Mr. Stout and Mr. Gutierrez?
Ainsworth, so moved.
Is there a second?
Darren Black, second.
All those in favor, signify by saying aye. Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Thank you.
Let's get that one.
Sorry, I'm just
That was Mr. Falk. That was.
He said.
I'm sorry, I said Stout. Mr. Clark, I apologize. Mr. Stout is in Florida at an engineer convention. Mr. Clark.
Mr.
By the
Stout.
way, right?
I said Mr. Clark. Who is that?
You said staff.
You said Stout.
And it's Bill Clark.
Well, who is Mr. Stout?
Who's in Belgium?
What? It happens. When you get older, things like this happen to you from time to time. So anyway, well, Bill has a good trip at his convention. Item number 5 on the agenda is chairman's remarks concerning the 88th legislative session. It would be an understatement to say that we had a good session this time. We basically got everything that we had asked to get during this legislative session, barring nothing. I guess there was one employee we did not get that we had asked for. But and the staff will go over their particular areas of what we got. We basically got $1,900,000 additional funding, which is a 33% increase in our base funding. And I don't think there's any question that's the largest increase that we've ever had in the history of the agency. And it wasn't a free gift. We went into this session. This agency and every one of the employees have delivered on what we said we were going to do and what needed to be done during the last 2 years. If we had it, we got an excellent reception in the Senate hearings as well as the House hearings. As a matter of fact, the guy who carried the bill to abolish the board 4 years ago made a statement that this is the best way that government is supposed to work after we made our presentation. So, but it hasn't been without a lot of hard work on behalf of the staff. If you look in the last 2 years, we have totally outsourced 100% of the written examination. We have absolutely eliminated the backlog of people waiting to take that written test, and it was reported we had 1,200. We've doubled the capacity to do the practical exam. We have in place a system that we're going to triple that capacity in the next 12 to 18 months, as well as put in place a mobile testing unit in the next 12 months. So we think we have addressed every issue that was an issue a couple of sessions ago. And we got rewarded for it. And it was deserved. We're supposed to. In addition, during the last legislative session, every state agency in Texas is required to go through what's known as sunset. In other words, a process to determine whether they should continue to exist or not. And that's what got us in trouble a couple of sessions ago. We went through sunset, and the sunset recommendation was that we be abolished and sent over to TDLR. This time, the Sunset Commission and the Senate and the House passed a bill. When they kept us from the last session, they gave us a 6-year cycle instead of a 12 years to be in existence. This legislative session, they passed a bill moving us out to 2033 before we'll be up for sunset again. So we're back on a normal 12-year cycle for review. That's a big win, and it's a big vote of confidence from the legislature that they are convinced that we are totally on track and doing the right thing. So I'm real pleased with it. And again, I'll let the staff, when they get to their reports, give out the specific information. Most of the expansion that we did has to do with the new testing centers. So a lot of the revenue and a lot of the money, part of it, Lynn will tell you, we've got about 6 or 8 months ago, the Attorney General announced that they were no longer going to handle our cases at SOA. And we've got one attorney she's doing plenty. So we got authorization to hire an attorney that will basically be handling our cases at SOA as well as some other duties. But, you know, going through this session, I could not be prouder of our governmental affairs department. And I laugh about that because we ain't got any such thing as the governmental affairs department. Every big agency out there has got teams of 15, 20 people. That's all they do is handle government relations. We don't even know what a government relations department looks like. But I'll tell you, between Kenneth providing the numbers, Lisa providing the testimony, Don, Lynn, everyone stepped up to the plate, and we produced as good a material and as accurate a material as any agency in the state of Texas in making our presentations. So I don't think we were second to anyone as far as what we did. Every question got answered, every issue got addressed, and it was done accurately, it was done timely, and it was done in addition to what their normal job is. So I'm really proud of the agency and what they did. One of the, and that's all I've got to say. We might talk a little bit more about the legislative session as the staff goes through their reports. There was one bill that we didn't have a lot of legislation that affected us that touched us directly. There was one, and most of you might be aware of it, but they exempted utility contractors and allowed them to work without a license on private property, which I got asked before the bill was signed. The bill author called me over, and I went over and talked to him, and he asked me what I thought about it. I think it stinks. I don't think it's a good bill at all. And it's the last time he asked me. So he never called me back, and we never got asked to testify at any of the hearings. But yeah, shocking. But I don't know. It's not the end of the world. I do think it's an encroachment. I think it's going to create some problems. But we're going to do what the legislature tells us to do, and we will make it work somewhat. I've got a lot of questions about it, but those will be worked out as we go. moving on to item number 5, or excuse me, number 6. I have got a very close friend of mine that lives in Fort Worth, who is a builder, home builder. And I was talking with him on the phone one time and I asked him what he was doing. He said, well, I've been sitting here waiting for about an hour to get a inspector to come out and inspect the tub so that I can close it in. And he said, I've been waiting here forever. Finally, the inspector showed up and Mike told me it took longer for the inspector to walk from his vehicle to where the tub was located than it did for him to approve it. And he'd been sitting there waiting for over an hour to get there. So I started to look into this and I asked Lynn to look at our rules. Is there anything that would prohibit an inspector from doing virtual inspections? Either by using an iPad, FaceTime, Zoom, whatever mechanism. And I called Norma Yotto, who's a building inspector for the city of McAllen, and I asked her about it, and she said, oh yeah, we do it. So I asked, I think it's probably one of the most innovative ways. We've got 1,600 licensed inspectors in Texas. This is a great way, in my mind, for cities and municipalities to extend their reach and extend the capacity of these 1,600 inspectors, both contract inspectors as well as city employees. So I asked Norma if she would make a presentation, and she's given us the written material that found in your board books under tab 2. This is the written material that she gives out. So I asked Norma if she would basically go over that program, what the city of McAllen does and what she has come up with. And I hope that with the help of the plumbing industry, we can promote this across Texas. If you just think about the number of hours that are spent on a job site by plumbers and contractors waiting on a building inspector to come make an inspection, it's astronomical, the numbers and the time lost and the cost. And if cities will take innovative approaches, as Norma has done in McAllen, it will go a long way to speeding up the process as well as ensuring safety of the public and make sure the quality of workmanship. So Norma, if you would, I'm going to turn it over to you to kind of tell us when you started this, why you started it, and how it's working. So Norma, the floor is yours.
Okay, good morning. Yes, we started this during the COVID. It originally started with COVID. We needed to think outside the box, be more innovative so we could protect our customers and at the same time also protect our employees. So that's when we started, looking around and saying, oh, okay, what other ways can we do to do inspections? And we searched, and other cities, like, we can't take fully the credit that we were the ones that were originally created this, but we did look at other cities outside of Texas, and this is what they were doing. They were doing remote video inspections. Basically, what it is that municipalities don't really have to invest a lot of money into it. These are already platforms, media platforms that are out there, or apps that everybody has a smartphone. So it can be taken advantage of. We can take advantage of that, just like Frank mentioned, we can do FaceTime, we can Zoom, we can do WhatsApp and Teams. Whatever app the customer feels comfortable with, the inspector will coordinate that inspection. The way we're set up, and I believe the majority of the municipalities in Texas, is that you call in for an inspection, you request it, and then to schedule that inspection. What the inspector will do is that once he receives that request, he'll call that person and coordinate a time frame when it'll be best to do this inspection. So per se that they call in and they're wanting their inspection at 10, we'll see if that slot is available. And if not, then it's in increments of 15, the way we work. And if not, then we'll suggest the following time frame. Once they do that, we also do field inspections or site inspections. And from that side, let's say that at 10 o'clock, Frank calls and say, oh, okay, we've already coordinated and we agreed on at 10 o'clock. The inspector will call Frank at 10 o'clock. And then we'll start that inspection. And the inspector can be at another job site. So this is very efficient for us, but it originated with COVID. We continued, however, once COVID was done or not done, but when we were able to go back to the sites, the contractors prefer site inspections, but this is something that a tool that as an alternative that they can use per se. Let's say that the inspector goes out there and then there's still something pending. Instead of failing the inspection to provide that customer service to the customer, we'll just advise them and say, oh, okay, you know what? You'll be done. He needs to go down the road to Home Depot or Lowe's to buy a fitting. And then we'll say, okay, in 30 or an hour, we'll call you back. We'll do, FaceTime, and then just show me, where you put that fitting and if it's correct. And then we'll pass it so like that, the inspector doesn't have to return back to that job site. So pretty much, there's a lot of benefits to doing this. It's improving customer satisfaction. We also save time. We reduce cost, and then we also minimize the inspector travel time. And we're increasing efficiency within our department. Here, a smaller city, I can only imagine bigger cities, but here in McAllen, sometimes from one construction site to the following, it takes like 30 to 45 minutes just travel time. And this just cuts down that travel time. But pretty much, if you read the flyer that we provided, this is what we provide our customers. And we just tell them, oh, okay, we give them instructions as to what they're needing to do. Somebody does need to be at site, so they, we can instruct them as to what to do. Like, if they're needing to pan to the right or go underneath the certain pipe or a certain construction material. But it's very efficient for us. I don't know if you guys have any questions, but it has worked for us, and we did it during the pandemic. So.
Norma, I guess, and board members, I want you to ask questions of Norma about this. I'm interested to know what the board feels about this. I can't imagine why a municipality would not do this. I can't think of any reason why they would not. If you look at the cost savings and the efficiency of conducting these types of inspections, I can't imagine why you would not do. Nora, has there been a downside? Have you run into an issue that you didn't anticipate, or?
Well, we don't do all inspections online. There are some inspections that are more complex than others. So those are the ones, that we don't do, we don't offer. As you can see on the second page, we have a list of inspections that we do conduct through that remote inspections. That's the only downfall, that not all inspections are available. But other than that, when it comes to cost, if municipalities might be hesitant, there is really no cost. Everybody, I'm pretty sure the majority of the people do have a smartphone that they can use. So there is no cost in implementing this type of program. Of course, there are softwares out there that there is a cost to it. Of course, they're a little bit more elaborate, that they can produce reports. But I believe that the majority of the cities in Texas are automated. I know we're automated. We have a permitting software that everything is done through automation.
Well, I think I know the answer to this. You just probably alluded to it. How is documentation handled? Whether a project passes or fails, how is that documented, and how is the contractor?
Well, we have a software. Aside from the smartphone, we do have a software where we conduct the inspection. We make our comments of all the deficiencies that are at the job site, and automatically when they register with us, we input all that information into our software, and we also capture an email from that customer. So automatically, once we result that inspection, it routes them, or it generates an email to that contractor. So on real time, I mean, they receive that email, letting them know of all the deficiencies, if, you know, if it didn't pass, or if it passed. That's the way, you know, the city of McAllen, but I believe that the majority of the cities do have some type of automation.
Do you do inspections not only inside the city of McAllen, but also the ETJ?
No, we only do inspections in McAllen.
And what is the population of McAllen?
Well, you would ask me that.
I mean, generally, is it, I've been there and you're busy. I mean, it's a pretty good sized city.
It's the size of like Plano.
Okay. And how large is your department?
We are 25 employees.
Total of 25, and I think you told me you got 7 inspectors. Is that correct?
We have 7 inspectors, yes.
And do you utilize this not just for plumbing, but also electrical or?
Yes,
in
we
any
also,
line?
and any trade, all inspections, as if you can reference the second sheet, we do temporary poles, foundations, gas, insulation, infiltrations, service redo, sewer line tabs, water heaters, working clearances, and the final inspections, but that is just a residential. And then the commercial end, we do temporary poles, foundations, gas, insulation, infiltrations, service redos, sewer lines, sewer taps, and working clearances.
And
But this is,
Norman,
like you mentioned, I mean, this is a for the customer, let's say that the plumber schedules an inspections, he knows he's not gonna be done, like, let's say like around 4:30, 4:45. This is something where we as municipalities can, you know, build that relationship with the contractor, subcontractor, and we can call them at that time and we can do that inspection as opposed to driving or waiting for the next day. We can just, you know, FaceTime and do one of these remote inspections, and the inspection can be done within, you know, like you mentioned, 10, 15 minutes.
one thing when I was talking with Norma and asking her to do this presentation, one of the questions I had for her, does she have a inspector that only does virtuals? Or do all of her inspectors do virtuals? And her answer was that all of them do virtual inspections. They don't just let one person do it. For the reason being that inspector can be out on another job site doing a physical inspection. And when they finish that physical inspection, go to their automobile and sit down at an iPad and do a virtual inspection 30 miles away in 15 minutes. So it increases the efficiency of her inspectors big time. Do you ever use third-party contract inspectors, Norma? And I don't know the answer to this.
No, that is not our practice. That is not our practice.
Mr.
I ask you a hypothetical, if you did, would you allow a third-party inspector to do virtuals?
Oh, yes, yes, we would.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman,
Board
Dave
members?
Yelding.
Dave Yelovich, go ahead.
Yeah, as the local home builder here, I would like to say what Norma's been talking about. Yes, numerous cities across the state have adopted this type of system. I've used it. A lot of builders use this. Like you said, the idea of the efficiency is a really good thing. Being able to get things done quickly, especially for the minor things, like, you know, the example of the tub is a great example. We do utilize third-party inspectors out in the counties, and even some of them have implemented some sort of visual virtual inspections. And like she said, you're not going to get a complicated inspection visually or virtually. Not many of them do frame inspections virtually, just too many things to look at. things like that. But for, 75% of what we do, a lot of things can be done, let's just say per the 21st century.
Dave Yelovich, you said numerous are doing it. Can you name a few?
I think San
Okay.
Antonio, San Antonio was the biggest and first one to know during COVID that went virtual. I believe City of Houston has some sort of virtual inspection protocol. So again, many cities are doing it.
Board members?
I know Abilene is not on the cusp right now of implementing it as well. So I've visited with our lead building officials there, and they're embracing every bit of the technology and ideas of being able to do this.
Justin?
Question for Norma. Have you had any problems with, say, a general contractor or a subcontractor calls in for a virtual inspection, and then you go out later for in person for a subsequent inspection, say the final or whatever, and discover something that was deficient that got missed on the virtual?
No, we haven't had experience, no.
Okay. That was my own concern.
Eh,
Ron, any comment or question? I think, the first step that I took was ask Lynn to take a look, is there anything in the plumbing rules that would prohibit an inspector from doing this? We basically don't have rules. We do have some guidelines that they have to follow, but it's more a code of conduct than it is rules. So there's nothing in the plumbing license law or in our rules that would prohibit doing what Norman's doing. And since there's such a shortage of inspectors out there, I would think that, I don't know how to do it, but I would think that the plumbing board should promote and encourage this kind of thing across the state. And I would hope that through our continuing education and through the plumbers that actually listen to this, that you will approach your city or municipality and ask them, have they looked into it? And if they haven't, why not? Because it'll certainly speed up things and it'll extend the reach of plumbing inspectors, I believe. Does anyone have any ideas of how we can make sure that the state is aware that this is a perfectly legitimate practice? Now, it's up to the municipality. If they don't want to do it for whatever reason, that's their business. We're not required, obviously, nor could we require it, but
Frank, I'd like
Yes.
to point out that on that proposal that Norman just gave, there are a list of the items that they're allowing for virtual inspection. It's not all plumbing. I mean, there's no way you can do a full underground rough-in on a 300-unit building on a virtual inspection, but you can come and inspect the city tie-in of the one connection to the sewer main via virtual inspection. And this is a very efficient and reasonable use of time, efficient use of technology, common sense application of the tools that are available. And as long as people don't realize or don't think that this is going to be extended to every single inspection is going to be virtual, I think that that's an important clarification.
you know, I would love for some statistician to figure out the time and the money that this would save if 10-15% of the inspections were done virtually in the state of Texas. Think of the fuel cost for the inspector driving all over town. Think of the time that is spent. Think of the downtime of the plumber or the contractor that's sitting there waiting on an inspector. I'm told that if they're an hour late, they're on time as far as the contractor is concerned. They may sit out there for an hour or 2 hours for a 10 o'clock appointment for somebody. And I'm not knocking the inspectors. They're busy as heck and they get tied up on things. But this would save.
The test as well puts can possibly compromise the system. If we fill up a 3 or 4 story structure, the pressures at that first floor at the tie-in are very close to the max capacities of the pipe, and we're waiting on an inspector that can't make it a day, 2 days, that third day. if we can fill it up, it's holding the test, and they can call the inspection, do a virtual inspection within an hour and get that water off that system, then you have a better system. You're not potentially, damaging it or stressing it beyond the point of capacity for 2-3 days, waiting for an inspector to show up because they're overburdened with inspections.
Well, unless someone has got some specific ideas, I think we're gonna have to just count on our plumbers to encourage this type of inspection. And it will certainly go a long way to alleviate the shortage of inspectors that we have out there. And it'll help. I just, you look at it both ways. It is an efficient way. But to have this available and not do it, you're almost derelict in your duties for not doing it. If you're sending someone burning a half a tank of gas going all the way across town to do a 15-minute inspection, they're derelict in their duties if they can do it in a more efficient or less expensive way. So anyway, Norma, thank you for bringing this to our attention. For a long time, I thought you were the only person in the state of Texas doing it. Until Dave said what he did, I didn't know other cities were actually utilizing this. Justin, have you had experience that?
We have not, because most of our stuff is bigger projects, kind of like Tommy referred to, 200 and 300 little projects, where they get kind of complicated, but I could certainly see a use for it. Especially in some of the more minor inspections or even on a re-inspect, where you might have failed the first time, or partial pass the first time, and, you just need to do, 3 items that are easily viewable, virtually. I could definitely see that being, an advantage.
Norman, is this something, and I don't get the publications, but there's a Texas Municipal League that is kind of an association of all those. Do you see publications in that Texas Municipal League publication talking about virtual inspection?
There's both building officials association.
Building officials looking. Norman, have you seen anything about that?
Not currently. I know back in COVID, we did. I think it came out, but no, not recently, but it has come out, yes.
Well, maybe we need to shake it off and send it out again. Let's think about it as a board and as an agency. Let's think about what we can do to promote this, because we're all about efficiency. We're all about expanding the reach of our plumbing inspectors and plumbers. So anyway, thank you, Norma, for doing what you did and for making the presentation and creating an awareness that, quite frankly, I was not aware of. It's just, a lot of good things came out of COVID. As a matter of fact, before COVID, Norma would not have been able to make this presentation to us on a Zoom call. Because as a result of COVID, they changed the rules where you no longer have to meet in person as a board, but we are now allowed to virtually communicate with our board members that are not present. So it's surprising what you can do when you have to do it. And sometimes it's the most efficient use of time and resources is right before our eyes. We don't see it until a crisis. So, okay. Any other questions for Norma or discussion about the virtual inspection? Okay. Thank you, Norma. Appreciate it. Item number 7 has to do with discussion on the Texas State Technical College service, offering assistance to schools on our tradesman program. For the last year, or ever since the passage of House Bill 636, it has troubled me, and I think the board members, is we've got now the opportunity for high schools and trade schools to put in a plumbing program, and upon successful completion of that program, they can immediately come sit for the tradesman exam. And it's gotten wide support. There are very few opposition in the industry about that. But the few calls that we have had from high schools specifically is, okay, we can do this, so what are we supposed to do? Well, gosh, I don't know. I mean, I'm not an educator. I don't know what the TEA requires or what the Higher Education Coordinating Board requires. So we discussed this issue with Texas State Technical College. And why Texas State Technical College? Why they? Mainly is we created a partnership with TSTC 2 years ago when they agreed to build us our testing centers in Waco and Arlington. They're all going to build out this mobile unit. They are in the business of education. And I'm looking for a way to assist high schools or trade schools for implementing this program. So TSTC has taken a shot at it, and in your board packet, tab 3, you will see a first stab at that. This is basically what they are, a cafeteria type plan, that if a school calls the plumbing board and says, okay, we'd like to put in a plumbing program, how do we do it? We can refer them to TSTC. TSTC can offer them a cafeteria plan of, they'll do a lot, they'll do a little, or they'll act as a consultant. But it's basically some various plans. Lynn and I talked about this yesterday, and there's an awful lot about this, and I don't know, and I don't understand. And I think she and I both came to the conclusion, maybe it's the wrong people asking the questions. The people that need to be asking the questions are high schools and trade schools. What do you want and what do you need, and how much do you expect to pay for it, and how much support you're going to get? So Darren is he's got a high school in his area that is committed to doing a plumbing program. I think they're kind of in the same boat that everyone else is. They're not exactly sure what they have to do in order to put in one that's acceptable. So he's going to give this material to that high school and ask them to go through it and review it and critique it. What's good about it, what's bad about it. They're all based on this, they're all based on that. So I give this to the board just to get input from you, and this is kind of the direction we're heading. Just see if we need to continue. I will say that Darren and I had the initial meeting with TSDC asking for this. We had a second meeting that produced this document that Ron Ainsworth and Tommy Rice and I went to Waco and heard this presentation live. So is this the right product? We don't really know at this point, but I think the person that needs to be asking that question are the high schools that want to put it in. What do you need and what do you not need? This is more money than I wanted to spend, or Lynn has pointed out to me, and Lynn has been a really help to me challenging. Why are we doing this? For what reason? And we don't have the authority to do that. She's diplomatically has changed the direction that I was heading, because I was heading in a direction of TSTC said it's either a good program or a bad program. If it's a bad one, you get TSBPE. And she pointed out to me, we don't have any authority to over high school districts or Texas State Technical or colleges. So now it's going to be an optional program. But I want to continue. I want, if a high school calls the plumbing board, I want to be able to give them some meaningful information that if they want to put in a plumbing program, it's as easy as 1, 2, 3. And I believe TSTC is the one that can help us with that. They already work with a lot of high schools with dual credit programs on other things, linemen and electrical and things like that. So we believe we can use it. It's a way that we can leverage. We're a small agency, and we have got to leverage what we can by utilizing other agencies that have more resources than we do, and certainly an expertise. Ron, any comment about our meeting or the direction we're heading, or Tommy, after our meeting with TSDC?
I just thought it was a really good meeting, in the fact that those guys are eager to help in any way they can. I don't think they're trying to force anyone to do it their way. You see, there's lots of options to how. And I just think it makes perfect sense for the already established relationship. That at least the schools can contact them. They're not obligated to use them. And we're, I think we've discussed, we're open if there's another college or whether it be the union or whatever, if they can meet what DEA requires, you know, we're not opposed to that.
Yeah, one of the options that a high school has with TSTC is not do anything.
Right.
We'll do our own program. We'll come up with it ourselves. And that's perfectly acceptable, provided they, you know, check all the boxes that House Bill 636 requires if they think they can do it on their own. And I'm not overly concerned with it, and this is the point, is the safety net for the public and for the plumbers is the test itself. If they go through a program and they fall flat at their face at the test is gonna screen them out. They're not gonna get a license. And we're not gonna dumb down our test, and they're not gonna have a special test for those that went through a high school program or a trade school program. They're gonna get the same test somebody's been working for 4 or 5 years, getting on the job training. So we think we've got a safety net in place, and we're just looking for some help and support for the schools. I met with Lone Star College out of Houston. And Lone Star College is the largest community college in the state of Texas. And they plan to put in a plumbing program effective January the 1st this year. And the first thing they did, at my suggestion, they went to TSTC. They have talked with their instructors, they've talked with their people that head up the program. They've actually gone and toured their lab to determine what type of equipment they need in their lab. So the last I heard, they're gonna be up and running January the 1st with the plumbing program. I'm not sure what campus they're gonna put it on, but I'm real excited about that. So as we go forward in this, it's all to meet the needs of the industry. We need more plumbers. We need more people in the industry. Specifically, we need a lot of young people coming into the industry. We're pleased that our average age of our plumber gone from 58 2 years ago down to 54. We've added an additional 3,800 plumbers in the last 2 years. Our numbers have grown. And as a result, that average age has come down 4 years, which I think is pretty significant and remarkable. It's trending in the right direction. So I think we're doing the right thing. All this stuff about high schools and trade schools, it's not instead of anything else. It's in addition to. I was pleased. I went not this Saturday, the Saturday before, local union 68 had something like 40 or 45 graduates in their 5-year program. And they had a big graduation ceremony there, and it was really encouraging to see the pride that these students took. They've gone for 5 years. They've completed the course, they're ready for work. Most of them have already taken their journeyman license at the end of the 4 years. So it was really encouraging to see that. And you know, the one that got a special award was a female, a lady. She was recognized first of all as having perfect attendance for 5 years in the plumbing program. So there were 2 out of the 45 that were females. And it was very encouraging. And I'll be the first to tell you, after 5 years in the union training program, it doesn't get much better than what they do. They have got a very sophisticated program. I've been to the one here in Austin and seen the technology and the training tools they use. And it's remarkable. It really is remarkable. PHCC has got a great apprenticeship program that they do. So all these things we're doing are not to replace anything, because we have such a shortage. It's all in addition to what we already have in place. Any other comments or questions on TSTC? I think the plan going forward is to let's let a couple of high schools review these options. Get feedback from them, and maybe TSTC can, if need be, modify this proposal they've given us to more accurately reflect where the need is. And then we'll come back to this. Questions or comments? Are we heading in the right direction? Are y'all okay with what we're doing?
Yes, sir.
All right. I keep looking at the clock on the wall. I'm not gonna say, it doesn't work, obviously.
It's right.
It's
not that big.
It's a couple minutes off. It's
Yeah,
still
they fix it.
45.
Well, somebody fix it. Did you fix it, Kevin?
No, it wasn't me.
Well, somebody
It
fixed
was
it.
your accountant over there.
Oh, okay. Thank you, Kevin.
Yeah, I didn't know how to do it. I mean, batteries are not really my expertise.
Oh, I hear you.
Good
I hear you.
numbers.
Yeah. That's not your job. But anyway, let's get through, item number 8 and we'll take a brief break. Item number 8 is, discussion and possible action to adopt the proposed amendments to the existing rule in 22 Texas Administrative Code, Chapter 363, 9, having to do with med gas piping and installation. This is something that we have taken a couple of runs at. We posted it once, came back, revised it, posted it again. And this is it's found under tab 4. Board members, if you'll take a look at it. It's been posted for 30 days and it's ready for adoption, and it basically allows us to recognize the national med gas endorsement to issue a Texas med gas license. If they pass the 6010 med gas national ASSE program, then we are under this rule will be allowed just a med gas Texas without the necessity of coming in and taking it. Any questions or comments on this before we vote?
Can I go ahead and say that this was posted for 30 days of public comment in the Texas Register? One comment was received. Johnny Mata of the ASSE International commented in support of this amendment.
This is a first step, I will say, and I'm gonna, if you'll look board action requested on the last page or somewhere in there, I'm gonna ask for a motion in a second. But we are really close. Our Texas Med Gas program is really close to mirroring what the 6010 national standard is. My understanding, the only deviation has to do with the number of hours. They require 32 hours. Our Texas Med Gas requires 24. They have a continuity requirement testing, and I'm not sure that ours does. So our goal is to mirror that national program. I'm not clear yet. Maybe somebody on the board is clear. I don't know what that extra hours does for you. If we're teaching 24 and they're teaching 32, what is that extra 8 hours teach them that we're not teaching? So, does anybody know? You?
I hold a med gas
I
endorsement.
know you did.
So, of course, I took it through the Texas board and then I tested here. Looking at what I've been told through the ASSE certification, 6010 certification, that it surpasses everything that we do. So, and I might clarify one other thing concerning this is that it doesn't relieve that endorsement. That endorsee still will have to have a journeyman and or a master license
Exactly.
through the Texas State Board. So, from a board member standpoint and a med gas holder, adopting this, it's not gonna hurt our industry. I don't feel in the least. I think it's gonna improve it.
Still goes to a master or a journeyman.
Yes, sir. Yeah, so we're not gonna have a guy come in from Hawaii or Washington or any place else, getting a med gas endorsement without still having achieved that journeyman and or master.
That's the first hurdle. Okay. Before we take the next step, if adding that 8 hours and getting into somebody needs to teach me why continuity testing makes sense. I don't have to do it right now, but it looks to me like a revenue source rather than a real meaningful something that helps the industry. Because they're done voluntarily, they're sent in on their own. I mean, I guess I just don't know. I'm just concerned that it's nothing but a revenue source instead of something that really adds to the industry. And I look forward, I know there's some people in the back of the room dying to talk, but talk to me after the meeting.
Well, on top of that, those same individuals will still be required to have a CE.
They're required to have a continuing education.
So it
That's exactly
doesn't
right.
alleviate anybody from any responsibility, from having that endorsement.
So I guess that's the hesitation of going the full enchilada. Is I'd like to know exactly what those extra 8 hours are gonna teach them that we're not teaching them. And why the continuity testing actually benefits the plumbing industry or the consumer. And it's not just a revenue source for somebody making money off of it. So when we get there, we'll probably move in that direction because I want it to be the same. I really do.
But to be clear, the amendment that we're talking about right now only accepts or recognizes that ASSE standard as being equivalent to or greater than our current MedCat standard.
That's exactly correct. That's exactly correct.
So it does not
It doesn't require
change
you.
our
Yeah.
requirements to meet theirs,
It does not.
only accepts theirs.
Exactly.
Okay,
That's exactly right. Ours is exactly like it was.
okay.
Okay, with that being said, if there's no comments for or against this, be appropriate to receive a motion now.
I make a motion to recommend for adoption the proposed rule amendment at 22 Texas Administrative Code 363.9.
Is there a second?
I second, Darren Black.
Second by Darren Black. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Any opposed? Okay, motion passes.
And if I may interrupt, this is Linda from General Counsel. Could I get a motion for, to allow Chairman Denton to sign today's orders on behalf of the board?
So moved, Darren Black.
James Angel.
Motion second, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
It is, we've been going about an hour. Let's take about a 10-minute break and then we'll come back and pick up on item number 9 on your agenda. 10. And we'll move now to item number 9. Lynn. And item number 9 is the adoption of the proposed amendments for 361, 4, 6, 10, 12, 15. These are basically a part of changes having to do with the 4-year rule review that we've gone through. And I think I'm correct, Lynn, we had no comments on these. What is not included is 361 A18, which is the virtual supervision definition. So this is not included in this adoption that I'm asking for.
And if
We're gonna handle that in a next separate.
Chairman Denton, Mrs. Lillis, tell me if I just may make something very clear. Originally, we posted all the 361 rules in one effort at the register. We have, due to the comment and Chairman Denton's request, we have split the two apart. So these are the 361 administrative rules that do not include virtual supervision. That is the subsequent rule agenda item that we'll consider under 361.1 A18.
Are there any comments on any of these rules under item number 9, not including 361 A18, which is the virtual supervision? Any comments or questions?
I assume this is just cleaning up language, right?
Basically, it is. There is one significant change that, Lynn, I believe it's in this one, that back in, I think, 2017, in a rule rewrite, it allowed employees of apartment complexes to do plumbing work without a license. It also allowed them to, it took out the provision that said they can't work on natural gas. And that has been out now for several years. As a part of this amendment, we put that back in where they are not now allowed to work on natural gas in apartments.
Ultimately, the rule provision provides that it reinstates the language that we know had been used for at least 17 years prior. It states that the maintenance duties do not include cutting into fuel, gas, plumbing systems, and the installation of gas-fueled water heaters.
As a builder and owner of apartment complexes, I am very happy to not have my maintenance guys.
I don't guess it makes any difference. I can't imagine why that came out, whether it came out in error or whether somebody.
It was reorganized in 2017, and when we looked at it for 4-year rule review, it looks like it was an inadvertent deletion when it was reorganized in 2017.
Okay, we're putting it back in. So I think that's probably the most, I'm not, they're all significant, but it's probably the most significant change to these rules. And I'll say this, after 22 years of being involved in state agencies and being on boards of 3 different agencies, I've never seen a 4-year rule review that was as comprehensive as the one that we did at the Plum Board. Lynn, would you agree with that?
Good.
It's normally just a rubber stamp thing in agencies that, okay, it's 4-year rule review, here they are, stack that high, they're okay. But I will actually say that we have actually looked at every word of every rule we have in our entire section, trying to eliminate ambiguities or anything that's unclear. We're trying to streamline it to make it easier, more user-friendly for people to read and understand it. And no offense, less legalistic in terms that I can understand it, and I don't have to hire a lawyer to tell me what the rule is. Yeah, just average intelligence, and I want it to be easy, user-friendly, and so that's what we're trying to do here.
Chairman, can I add on to that?
Sure, you can say anything.
I was gonna say that now that we have a permanent attorney, it's made all the difference in the world in getting our rule reviews done and kind of getting things back in place, and definitely easier to find. So, and for those that are looking for it, we've got a pretty clean version available for the providers now too. That's coming out soon.
all of these rules options are found under tab 5. And if you haven't already done it, if you will kind of thumb through them, you'll see there's been a lot of deletions, more deletions than additions. A lot of the ambiguities taken out, a lot of the legal language that refers you to 6 different statutes was removed because I thought it was confusing. And Lynn did too. Lynn's done a great job. I wonder how my life existed before I knew you, man. I'm just not sure I did. But thank you for you and Ollie's work on this. I know it's been a real labor. So any questions, concerns, or comments from anyone concerning 361 and this rule adoption? And if there are none, it would be appropriate to make a motion.
And Ainsworth, a motion to recommend for adoption, proposed rules discussed at 22 Texas Administrative Code, section 361.1.4, .6, .10, .12, and .15. This motion does not include the proposed posted amendment at 361.1A18.
Okay, is there a second?
McDonald, second.
Motion and a second. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Excuse me. Is that an aye? Norma and Dave,
Yes.
any opposed? Okay, I hear no opposition, motion carries. Let's move over now to item number 9. Excuse me, item number 10. And that has to do with our virtual, the definition of on-the-job oversight. We had originally posted this to allow, and I keep getting it pointed out to me time and time again, this is not a rule change. This is the definition of direct supervision. And we had originally posted this that would have allowed, it did not change the responsibility or accountability of the responsible master plumber, but it did allow an apprentice to work under virtual supervision of that master plumber. As you know, we had a lot of public comment about it. A lot of people had a concern with it. We had numerous 20, 30, 40 people write in, most of which were opposing it. We've got a few that were supporting it, but everyone had the different reasons, and I thought in many cases valid reasons. We had some board discussion up here that was clear that we were not in unanimity, even among the board. There was concern among the board members about it. And I respect that and I appreciate it. And as a result of the discussion that was done during the board meetings, as a result of all the public comments that came in, I'm gonna offer an amendment to what we had posted. It is going to require reposting this language again for another 30 days and receive comments on it. But we have tried to incorporate a lot of the concerns and a lot of the comments that were made into this new proposal. And I think that you will find it much more palatable and more agreeable than we did in our original language. I thought there was some merit to some of the things that were said. The new language will be, this oversight may include virtual, visual, real-time communication on non-commercial jobs not involving gas appliances for registrants and licensee holders with 2,000 hours of experience documented by a responsible master plumber. It basically, one of the concerns, I don't know whether it was written or public, but The way you just take a guy off the street and send him right out on a job site. This eliminates that. It at least requires that a master plumber or responsible master plumber work with that individual for a year and learn their capabilities and their qualifications. And then match that to the job that they send them to. And under no circumstances can it be commercial work. Under no circumstances can it be gas. They can't go out and change out a gas water heater with a virtual supervision. So I believe we've tried to incorporate the ideas and the concerns from the entire industry that were offered. And my recommendation is that we adopt this new language as an amendment and repost it for another 30 days and see what kind of comments we get, either in support of or in opposition to.
Chairman Denton, if I may interrupt just a moment to honor our obligations under the APA, and for the record, I'd just like to note that the board members have all received all of the comments that were
Exactly.
received
Thank you for that.
in writing. They also received a summary of the comments, and I'm happy just to review or discuss those comments to assist you in your review. We did post this for 30 days in the Texas Register. We received 25 comments, 20 were in opposition, 5 were in support, and they had various level of detail that are reflected in the materials that you have received. If there's some assistance I can offer in digesting those comments, I'm happy to. As Chairman Denton explained, we have provided some draft language in response to some of those comments, and that's been put into your material to assist you in any deliberations or efforts that you may make moving forward.
Mr. McDonald.
Yeah, you know, I'll be the first to say I had mixed feelings about this amendment from the start. I do feel like this change might help address some of those concerns. But I'm definitely in favor of amending this, putting it back out to comment and see if the rest of the industry feels like they can live with this or not. You know, especially with the adding the 2,000 hours of experience requirement, so that you're not just sending, you know, personal apprentice that's worked for you for 2 weeks out to, you know, plumb a whole house or something. So I do feel a little bit better about that. The one thing that, you know, I definitely want to keep as a priority is the safety of these homes and businesses that are being built. And you know, we need to be careful.
Well, I think, and this has been pointed out by some of the board members, and I think a real critical and important element of this is the accountability and responsibility for quality work and code compliance still is a responsible master plumber. So I would suspect if I owned the business, I would not send someone out to do a job that I question their qualifications of their.
Well, yeah, but I will also say that the rules aren't just here to keep honest people honest.
They're not, but
But the majority, I would say the majority of RMPs, you know, would feel the same way that you just said, not want to
And
put
I-
that liability on themselves or.
You know, the way I look at this, and again, this is not a rule. They don't have to do anything. They can keep doing business the same way they've been doing business all their life. But if they are stretched and they do have an apprentice that is fully capable of doing some minor service work or whatever, I don't think the agency should stop them from doing that with this virtual supervision. It's not unlike what was put in during the pandemic, when we allowed those that had 2 years of service to go out and do triage work and work on it without any supervision whatsoever, virtual or otherwise. We didn't have any incidents. And I have no doubt there are a lot of plumbing companies that are not going to do this. I don't care how much confidence I've got in you, I'm just not going to do it. And that's perfectly okay. But there may be that plumbing company out there that's a one truck operator that's help is hard to find. He's got the guy that's been working with him. It was interesting to me to know this, that over 20, we've got 45,000 apprentices, 20,700 of them have been, they've got over 2 years' experience. That's a large group of people, for whatever reason, have not decided to take the trades in this thing. Now, maybe they're not ready to, or maybe they don't ever intend to, or what. But certainly in a year's time, you have learned something to do, and that it boils down to, I believe that the responsible master plumber is the best judge of the qualifications and abilities of their employees rather than the state. And I trust them to do that. And if there's anyone under the illusion that these outlaws that are out there today are sitting on watching TV or sitting out here in this room saying, oh man, I hope they pass this, I'm good to go. They don't even know there is a plumbing board. They totally ignore it. I mean, they haven't read a rule that we've got in 20 years. So this is more to help expand the industry to meet the needs of the Texas economy. And outlaws are gonna be outlaws, and we can't write a rule that's gonna stop them. So I look at this more of a benefit to the industry than I do. Today, all I'm asking to do is let's put this revision out there and let's get some comments. And these revisions came directly from the comments that the board members made that there was a concern. And it came from written comments that came from the public. And we tried to incorporate those into an amended something to, for you all to take a look at. So
I have
Ron,
comments,
sure.
obviously, you know.
Yeah.
Been on this board about 2.5 years. And came on after the blow up in the legislature and 71K strong went to defend the board. And came in here with great fear of what we were up against because I knew people cared about the board, but there were some things that the legislature didn't like. And it has been very rewarding to see the changes. But we spent 2.5 years, and you and I made multiple trips to Waco with TSBPE to develop these programs to train people properly. And if they're trained properly, they can come and sit for a particular license, a tradesman. And I'm all for that, whatever we can do to educate. But this, to me, is totally counterintuitive to that you're letting someone circumvent what 71K strong fought for. Our license does not need to be cheaper. It does not need to be lessened in order to increase the workforce. I mean, yes, we do need plumbers, and I think we're doing a lot of good things to get plumbers. The second thing I made, and having to run this one by my wife, she said, the guy comes to my house with a cell phone, calling his boss to see if this is okay, I'm kicking him out. She doesn't want him in her house. So, I mean, and that's a little bit.
I'd be more worried about the guy that does it.
Well, I get it, but two other short points, you know, we talked about Norma's program with the inspections and that those things are very limited in scope. Number one, we have no control over them. Number two, they can't get that inspection unless they're licensed, and she's still restricting it to specific things. Now, I'm not saying there's not some things, you know, over time where, let's say a guy goes and sets a toilet, that maybe couldn't be done virtually, but plumbing work itself, and I can't even imagine the enforcement problems that are going to be on Steve's staff when this happens, the calls that are going to come in from either other plumbers or consumers. I just think the enforcement, we're making it too vague. And you say that we're responsible master plumber needs to make that decision. Well, if that's the case, then we can reduce this staff here and let's only regulate RMPs. Let's get rid of the rest of the licenses. Because I think that's basically what we're doing. That's my 2 cents.
Okay. Any other comments?
Looking at what we're doing here, plumbing industry standpoint, I agree, Ron, wholeheartedly. we have done great things to increase numbers. You said a while ago with 3,000 something more licensed plumbers in the last 2 years. I don't think we're going in a backward direction at all. I don't like the 1 year deal. We've created a pathway for our apprentices to have an endorsement through a residential utility installer's endorsement. That would obviously help. I agree with Ron wholeheartedly. I think increasing that, either we lower the number of hours needed for that registrant to be able to take that test and become a licensed plumber, or we're devaluing the license for the trade. From the aspect of looking at that in a nutshell, the ambiguity, the vagueness of allowing apprentices and allowing those RMPs to run those virtually freelancing. It's really hard to wrap my head.
You know, it's hard for me to wrap my head around. The current law will allow an RMP to show up at a job site with an apprentice, sit in his truck and do his paperwork and send the apprentice in to do the job and never get out of his truck without any supervision, virtual or otherwise. And that's perfectly within the limit of law. And to not allow them to do virtual supervision makes no sense to me. I think it does not help. I don't think it's gonna, I think the people that need to be worried going forward with all the work we've done, Ron, the TSDC and the high school and the trade school programs, the ones that better be worried in this industry are the apprentices. Because as we add tradesmen and we educate more and more people and we license more tradesmen, the one that's going to get pushed out is the apprentice. But I hope at some point in time, it's going to be, we're going to have an adequate supply of licensed, trained, educated plumbers that you're not going to need that apprentice. I think it's a step in the right direction, and I certainly respect everyone's opinion. And I want to tell you that there was something that's not in here that I think is significant. One of might have been PHCC was one of their comments had to do with their not fingerprinted. You're sending someone who is not fingerprinted. In a very short order, this summer, everyone's going to get fingerprinted, apprentice or otherwise. So that is not going to be a concern because there is not going to be an apprentice issued a registration without a fingerprint going forward. Because I thought that was a valid concern, and that's about to be fixed because we're going to turn this on in a matter of weeks. That if you get issued a card, you're going to get fingerprinted prior to. We've already got 38 or 40% of our licensing base fingerprinted already. And we've got some of the apprentices, I think, done, but we're fixing to turn it on where they can't get a card, either new or renewal. So I think it's a step in the right direction. I certainly appreciate and respect everyone's opinion on this. And I think at least we should propose it for public comment and then come back and vote. I think we owe it to the industry. Because I'm telling you, everything that is modified in this has been direct results of the comments and concerns that we had. As a matter of fact, it's identical to some of the comments that came in. It does exactly what they suggested that we do. So I would like for the board to approve it for proposal. And if you, bottom line, when it comes back, if you can't support it, vote against it before we adopt it. That's my suggestion. But I'll certainly, whatever the will of the board is, we'll do. Norma or Tommy, y'all have been silent. I hope you haven't had your hand up. Any comments for Dave Yelovich?
No, I think that everybody made some great points there, and I understand the opinions on all sides. I think that everybody has enough information to make a informed opinion. I'd like to clarify that the 20,000 apprentices with 2 or more years of experience that have not yet sat for a license, for the tradesman's license, us as board members know that the shop portion is the same for that license as it is for the journeyman. I don't think all the apprentices realize that. The tradesman's license only licenses them to work in 1 and 2 family dwellings. There's a lot of plumbers in Texas, including myself and everybody that works for my company, that does not work on 1 or 2 family dwellings. So a tradesman's license is useless to them within my company. So there's no reason for them to set for that. In those instances, I have many of those guys in their 2nd, 3rd year that can perform multiple aspects of everything that we do to a level way beyond what I would expect anybody needing to do. But they can't sit for a journeyman license and do work unsupervised per the current code or per the current rules. So I'm in favor of it because I think it streamlines, dovetails well into what Norma's doing with the inspections. Could they do anything? No, but there are absolutely things, punch lists, punch items, one or two things, making a tie-in that could be done under virtual supervision, something they've done with supervision 100 times over 2-3 years, that I would send them out with confidence that they could do, take a video, FaceTime me or one of my journeyman plumbers or project managers and do a review and inspection for. I think that's well within the capabilities of a number of my guys, but me as the RMP would authorize that and, execute that and supervise that. Justin's comment that, this isn't just to keep the honest people honest. I disagree with that point a little bit, because as our later on in our meeting, when we list the people that, aren't following codes and are getting cease and desist orders, there are people in this state that don't care about any of these rules. They're not going to abide by the rules. They're not going to attempt. And there's always going to be those people in the industry. These rules aren't for them. They're not following those rules. But for the people that are trying to follow the rules, I think that this will allow for more work to get done in a more timely fashion. And if more cities and municipalities will adopt McAllen's codes, there will be more work that will be done properly and in a timely manner, and get more people into their places of residence or places of business or whatever in a more timely fashion. And I think that that's what the state directed us to do.
Anyone else?
So I've got one other comment on that. So reflecting on what Tommy just said, we're going to allow, through this, we would allow virtual supervision, visual real-time communication for a multifamily dwelling.
I think, when I say commercial, I spent a half a day with a guy with a plumbing company, plumbing a 6-story building. To me, that's commercial. And I asked them, I said, what do you, the owner of the company that took me through it, what do you think about it? He said, yeah, I don't care. He said, I'm not gonna do it, but I don't care. That to me is commercial.
And I'm asking that reason because, well, we're gonna do the same thing for our licensed tradesman plumbers. Because even a licensed tradesman plumber cannot work on that building without virtual supervision. So we'd have to adopt almost a different degree to allow them to go in and do the same. As a licensed plumber.
That's an excellent point.
And to Tommy's point about specific things, this says no gas appliances, but it's very vague from there. If we're gonna have something like this, like Norma has a list of things that they will inspect virtually, and then there's things they want, I think we should be more specific. I might get on board with some more specific task, whatever, that
Make it task specific
rather than just you can send them out.
I don't know. I don't see not involving gas appliances. That's pretty damn specific.
Well,
That's everything.
yeah, that's what I'm saying. That's everything, and I don't think.
Do you think there are gas appliances they should be allowed to work on?
I think that's good that the gas appliances are cut out of this. I'm saying that the rest of the plumbing is so vague that maybe there are specific things that ought to be looked at
You're saying there's maybe more items that might need to be excluded.
Exclude, well, yes, there could be more items, there could be certain items included and there could be items excluded. I think,
Can you throw out some ideas?
okay, well, I mean, I'm, you know, like I said, setting.
This is a discussion.
Yeah, setting a toilet,
Okay,
you know, you got 2 bolts and you don't break the joint, you set it, a wax ring and you set it down and you put a stop, a flex connector on the stop. A
Probably okay.
2-year guy can
Probably
do
okay.
that. But a 2-year guy doesn't need to be, in a house, tearing out a wall and rerouting plumbing to another fixture. You know, is he gonna, is it gonna be a wet van or, you know, if he doesn't know what he's doing, I don't know what, I think it's something we need to sit down and look at as specifics, but there are things that 2,000-hour guy can do.
and you know, that is an approach that I have looked at and considered, that we could make it specific jobs that are allowed to do that. That's an option. But from my perspective, the best way to get those ideas is to post it. And let's get the comments and let's see what they say. I don't want it just to be from this board. I'd like for it to be for the entire industry. There are some that are gonna say, man, this is great, let's go for it. There's gonna be some that are like you to say, well, let's don't let them do this or.
And then the other concern is there a limit to how many apprentices that guy can be out there supervising? I mean, you can only supervise so many people, even with a phone. You know, I mean, as an RMP, are you just gonna sit in the office all day on FaceTime calls all day long? There's not gonna be many plumbers gonna do that. I'm not.
I don't think we have to worry.
Well,
If they're not gonna do it, then I'm not concerned. You know, I think we can look at extremes on all of this.
I agree.
And I'm not one too big one to writing rules or not writing rules because of extremes. I think we have to have responsible, reasonable rules but I do not want to at the expense of that responsible master plumber that wants to do the right thing, that does know the qualifications of his employees, that does know that he's got a guy that does know how to set a commode. And I feel comfortable sending him. I don't want to, because of our rules, him not being allowed to do that. That's where I'm coming from. Rules are
Mr.
not-
Chairman,
As they're written for the good guys too.
Mr. Chairman, Dave Yellowdick out here.
Yeah, Dave.
I do agree with the idea of what is the definition of commercial? In residential, I could say, well, hey, what is the cutoff line between multifamily and commercial? Is it a duplex? Is it a fourplex? Is it 2 stories? Is it 1 story? I don't know. I don't know where the fine line is from residential to commercial. And I think we need to define that. I do like the idea of posting this to get input from the industry. Like you say, and we're a board of a few people, and I could tell by reading the comments earlier that a lot of people have a lot of good thoughts. It would be nice to get their input again as well.
That's where I'm coming from, Dave, is I don't think there's anybody in the industry that's not gonna acknowledge that we've got a shortage of plumbers and people to do the job. And this is a way, in my mind, to expand responsible licensed plumbers to better serve the consumers. Mr. McDonald?
Well, I guess to directly answer Dave's question, under the IRC, IBC, 1 and 2 family dwellings are considered not commercial, 3 and more are. So there is a definition that's out there. But more to the point I want to make, or I guess the question I want to pose. It seems like there's still a lot to be fleshed out here.
I'm going to disagree with that.
Would it be appropriate if we either plan a workshop meeting and or a committee of the board to delve into this further before we just go posting stuff for public comment over and over again?
You know, I hear what you're saying, but I really believe that the most prudent way to do this is to post it first. just because we post it doesn't mean that we will adopt it. And just because we post it doesn't mean that it won't be amended again. But I want to get a broad enough input from all these people that commented the first time is, yes, you met my concerns I had with it, I'm good to go with it. Or no, you didn't even get close. And I want to take an approach like Ron has suggested, maybe make it job specific. I think we need to get all those ideas and thoughts before we start fleshing out what this, because really in the final analysis, this board is going to make the final determination. And I think anything we can do to get input from the entire industry is the most prudent thing to do.
Well, that's why I wonder if
Before we're
workshop,
locked in.
you know, and I'm the last guy in the world that wants to have more meetings. But in this case, it might be easier for us as a board to be able to have dialogue versus just these one-way emails from the industry, to be able to kind of ping pong ideas back and forth on how maybe to address this.
So we might do both.
Sure.
But I want to get it out posted so that those that are not listening or those that can't attend the meeting and do the brainstorming can give their input. So that's where I want to go.
That's fine with me.
Any other comments or questions from anyone concerning us reposting this amended language? And I don't anticipate the conversation to be over, because it's clearly not gonna be. But at some point in time, we're gonna have a finished product, and we're either gonna have to adopt it, or we're gonna have to reject it and move on to something else. But I don't want to sit here and do nothing to try to address some of the issues that are facing Texas today in the relationship to farmers. That's how we got in trouble before. They didn't send us over this board and say, you just keep on doing exactly what they've been doing for the last 50 years. So, any other comments, questions before I put it to, or just suggest that we get a motion to repost this amended language for public comment? Is there a motion to post the proposed amended language for public comment?
I'll move, we amend the rule proposal to Texas Administrative Code, section 361.1A18, as has been discussed and presented here today, and to post that in the Texas Register for another 30 days of public comment.
Your second.
Tommy Rice, second.
Second, to Tommy Rice. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Any opposed? Nay. I got that as one nay and 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 yeses. The motion passes. If you will repost it. Those that are listening in, be sure to read the amended language. And if you've got comments on it, as you can tell, we listen to what you're saying. Every comment, written comment that was sent in has been distributed to our board. I know I've read them 3 times, and I'm sure all the board members have read them several times. We can listen to it, we try to respond to it, and we're gonna do the same thing again. At some point, something is gonna come back for a final adoption. But anyway, we appreciate the input, and I'll tell you something, I really appreciate the dissenting view on this. One thing that I learned a long time ago, a unanimous vote is not always the best thing, because the best product comes out of different varying opinions and different viewpoints. So I certainly appreciate everyone's viewpoint, and I think everyone is sincere. And I can tell you that no one on this board, in my opinion, has got an agenda one way or the other. We're trying to do what we believe to be the best for the industry. So with that being said, it's about 10 till 12. Let's break for lunch until 12:30. And when we come back, I think that we're through everything down to staff reports. Am I correct with that, Lynn?
That looks correct. I think we're picking up next with Lisa.
Which will be item number 11, which will be our executive director's report. So it's just about 10 to 12. We will adjourn until 12:30.
that they'll do too. I don't want to list them because I don't want to get them scared. They've only been here a little bit, so, but we're glad to have them. They're doing well. Gladys has been here for a while. And, that's all coming together. We
Gladys
also-
gives excellent recommendations on cookies also.
That's true. And, we also have 2 interns. And we have Kevin and Ruckenheimer and Andrew Rose. And they are both aspiring attorneys to soon to be that way. And, we're utilizing all of their skills to work in the administrative law and help in that particular area. And we put some information about our internship program in your packages. And we hope to be able to maybe do this again. One of them is there's several different programs. We can get paid through, some of the schools like UT in particular, they have an endowment fund and that's how his wages get paid. And or they also can get credit during the school year for work that relates to, legal items, and they work under Lynn's direction for the most part, so that we're meeting all of those rules. Lynn and Ollie did a lot of research and put a lot of this stuff together, and so we're real happy with the way it came out. We also have reached out for the possibilities of some other types of interns, maybe in IT to help, Kevin one a little bit too, so. It's coming together, a lot of things going on.
And, can I add something?
Yeah, go ahead.
On the end of your materials, you're gonna see a very smallly printed, but very interesting chart of contact information. We've tried to lay a pipeline to different schools and their career services offices. So we can meet with them and see if they have students that would be interested in working here, internships or otherwise. And that was created by our intern Kevin. So thank both of our interns. They've done a really great job and we really appreciate them being here.
And we actually hired Gladys for a receptionist, but she has some legal background coming from another country. However, we've been able to utilize a lot of her organizational skills and her in learning how to do fingerprint reviews here. So it's really worked out well. We're just doing everything we can. The other item that we've done recently in personnel is we've lost another examiner. Elliot Jones left and moved back to South Texas, and so that's left another whole examiner. However, we're in the process of rearranging several things in the exam center as far as hires, and GW, through a lot of hard work and a lot of knowledge, we've chosen to promote GW to chief examiner. So there's your new chief examiner.
GW says about time.
It's showing the work.
And there is a new list of items we need to get done coming. And I've got complete confidence in you. I couldn't have been doing all this without you.
GW, congratulations. Thank you. You know, I tell you, I don't know what we would do with all these backlog of testing, and GW and his group have just really performed beyond anybody's expectation, and we really appreciate what you're doing. It's not going unnoticed, I
There's
promise.
people out there watching that.
Yeah.
If y'all need a job, we're.
You need help. Huh?
Yes, put in your app, right, to talk to you.
Thanks, GW.
Thank you.
Congratulations.
We still have the posting for examiner for Waco. Jared Dye is not with us anymore. Jared went back into the private side. And, there's a lot of money to be made out there, what can I say? However, that 72 degrees year round sounding pretty good right now. Hint. And, so, but we've gotten a few applications. We're looking at them carefully. We had a person that thought they wanted to jump the fence, so to speak, changed his mind. So now I'm kind of starting over again. But, I think I've got another prospect that it might be right up that person's alley. And if I can get another person in Austin and in Waco, things will go well. We have Ben Gonzalez, who is actually working in Waco. We've been pulling him back and forth between Waco and here to try to cover exams. And Ben will be up fully trained, and educated pretty soon. So it's gonna be sink or swim, I guess, so to speak. But we're getting there. We're moving right along. And the other thing I wanted to mention, and let me back up. All those postings are on the website, so I'm sharing with everyone, you know. In addition, we're gonna have, and Kenneth can go over them here in a minute. We've got several new positions in September that we're gonna want to talk about too. Continuing education program. I know everybody got the email that Kevin sent out. We are planning on having a big get together this year. We're gonna put all the providers, all the instructors together in one room this go around. We used to divide them and do 2 or 3 different days. We're just gonna put them all in there and let them fight it out this time. So I think it'll be a lot of fun. We're actually looking forward to it, and we're putting some material together, and I hope to pin the day down real soon. It's definitely gonna be in October. I can tell you that at this time. So, and I want to thank all of the providers that sent in the support reimbursement for the updates to the CE program. You'll gradually start seeing a few more enhancements that are coming, and then in September, we've got some pretty big ones that you'll see in the program. But knock on wood, it's been working pretty good. So I'm happy about that. Oh, let's see. We also have the close of the fiscal year coming up, where we tighten our belts every year at the end. We want to make sure we get through and get the things that we need. But in addition to tightening our belt and pinching our pennies to get through August 31st, we also have to count the remaining pennies, count all the applications, process the applications. We take account of open and closed complaints. It's a lot of work to be done in August. And then a lot of the reporting in September. So we're coming into a crunch time for sure. Oh, boy, fingerprints. Mr. Denton mentioned fingerprints, and I said that Gladys was helping us with that of late. I tell you what, actually, I think it probably went in this weekend. If you don't have your fingerprints, your license, no matter what kind of license you have, is not gonna renew. So if
Including
someone,
apprentice,
sir?
including apprentice.
Absolutely. Mhm. So I know that our plate's already full, and we knew that this was gonna put more weight on us and more phone calls, but we've had 2 years of telling everybody, get this done so that you're not held up. So I suspect we're still gonna continue to get calls and say, how come my license hasn't been renewed?
Lisa, I want to say something about that,
Sir?
and I love plumbers more than anything. But I'm gonna tell you something. I was looking at this 71K Facebook thing. Somebody was complaining about, what's this about fingerprints? I heard, we've been talking about this for 2.5 years. I have never in my entire life heard some of the most ridiculous responses when people ask about that. It was everything from, you don't have to get it if you've been licensed for 4 years, everybody else is exempt, and if it's only for new plumbers, and it's, it is so exasperating to me to do as much. Kevin pushes out so much information, emails and Facebook and website. It never ceases to amaze me. Not just that people are uninformed, but the bad information that can be put out on Facebook. It is a little bit scary to me, because it is some bad information and misinformation that could do damage. So there's nothing you can do about it, but I would encourage, especially those who show up at every meeting and you are in tune to what's going on, you do pay attention. Correct things like that when you see it, because it is so. I could just see somebody reading something on Facebook and say, well, that's the way it is, and take off and get themselves in trouble. So let's do the best we can to try to put out good information. And if you don't know, don't put out any information. Because there must have been 20 comments, and I think 2 of them were correct about fingerprints. That's, anyway, I'm sorry, it just popped into my mind when you said fingerprints.
No, I completely understand. One of the biggest problems is misinformation, and the other thing is right now, anyone that wants to know whether or not their fingerprints have been processed, all they have to do is look themselves up on the public site using their name or their license number. Go down to the bottom of the page, it tells you everything about you, what kind of education you've had when you took CE, whether your fingerprints have been processed, the effective date of your first license. All that information public, it's right there on the website, and they should utilize that. That's the #1 place to go for information before you ever call here about why my license hasn't renewed. There's no fingerprints, that's why. Now, if you got your fingerprints months ago and you've got your receipt, there's a problem, call us. But if you haven't done them yet, please go get them done. It's really pretty quick and painless. So, we're at about 47%. We're inching up now that we've added a couple other people to processing fingerprints. It's no small task. Every single file has to be looked at and reviewed, and if there is no background, that's a fast way to go. If you got background, it may take a little longer, so. But for the most part, I gotta congratulate them. The plumbers have done pretty doggone good on getting fingerprints, RMPs too, especially. Oh, boy. I also put current statistics on the plumbers and on the licenses and the registrations. Right now, we're handling a little over 103,000 different licenses. And I'm doing it with less staff than I've ever had. Previous to this, we said we don't have enough staff, so now we're granted more staff, so now we've got to find that staff. But in the interim, we're doing it with less staff. I can't, and there's no good answer for it, other than that we're extremely hopeful that we're gonna get some good talent come September, and things will be rocking and rolling. There's 76,747 people in our population that hold those 103,000 licenses. So, of course, some of those are duplicated, some that includes endorsement, it includes a whole lot of things. It's a lot of folks. And I'm gonna tell you, we continue to do quite well on renewals online, and paying for initial licenses online has picked up. So I don't think you can ever get to 100% online, but we're getting pretty doggone close. We stay around 72 to 73%. So real happy with that. Right now on the pending plumber retakes and schedule, we have a lot of people scheduled. And right about the time that we thought, oh, we're gonna be right on top of this, and we've got everything coming from Pearson, then we've lost an examiner here and there, and we've had some changes to deal with. So, you know, I can't tell you that you're gonna take your written exam this month and turn right around and get back in next month, because the next 2 months are full. And they're full between 12 and 14 people a day for journeyman and tradesmen. We've been doing what we call mega masters. We even had a mega super master, or a super mega master. Because there's a high demand for master plumbers right now. And we are trying very, very hard to get as many of those turned over and through the system before we move everyone to the computer base. And we had to move from our phase 1 and jump to what we call phase 2, which is the self-scheduling of the practical exams. So the people that have set up an account with Pearson, took their written exam with Pearson, soon they're gonna get an email and tell them, it's gonna tell them to go ahead and schedule their practical exam. And when I say schedule the practical exam, it's going to, there's only gonna be 2 locations that you're gonna have to choose from. And there's only gonna be so many slots and so many days, but the procedure will be the same. You'll see a calendar pop up. There'll be one for Austin, one for Waco, and you choose your day. If you decide to change your day, you're gonna go in there and change it yourself. We're no longer gonna do it for them. One of our biggest problems during summer is that people want to change their schedule day. Due to kids and vacations and things that come up, and it's a tremendous amount of work. And when we have someone that no shows, then that's just a slot sitting there that somebody else that could have been here, you know, could have shown up and taken that. So you won't call, right now, some people call Pearson to schedule their practical or their written. And the call process is gonna stop. It's gonna be all online. They'll actually set up their account and do the scheduling themselves through the little program. It's available to them now, but some of them still use the telephone method. But all of the practical, all of the written will soon be self-scheduling. It's not gonna, and Kevin's gonna be sending out, one of his great how-tos on the website, and we'll send it out to the providers and that as well. We've already done the tests on the transmittal of the file, and we're just about ready to pull the plug, so to speak, on that. And the dates that are gonna be available for them to pick their practicals are gonna be from September forward, so it's coming, everyone's gonna get noticed.
Hey, Lisa,
Sir,
is there a method that, let's say that you're booked out next week with 100 tests and somebody cancels the test today for next week? Is there a way to fill that gap, plug that hole?
if they, right now, we do it manually.
But what will you do? Just check it daily to see, make sure you got a full schedule?
Yeah, but in this case, if they're watching for a day and they really want to get in next week instead of waiting until the next month, if they watch it and that date pops open, they can grab that day.
So theoretically, a person that's scheduled for the last of September and somebody just gets online today might get in next week.
They could if they watch it.
If they watch it and the opening came up.
And as we're transitioning everyone, I mean, Dawn and I are the schedulers now. So as we move through this, we've got like a little stack, and we know that if there's any blank spots or somebody that wants to move or cancel, then we work out of that stack, and it's kind of like on standby. And that usually works with the ones that are close in the area that can just drop it, at the drop of a hat and run up here. So there's always somebody that can be put in that spot.
Well, I'll tell you this, that's good. Once you get it up and rolling and we get our exam centers fully operational, fully staffed, that is gonna be a game changer.
Yeah,
For
between that,
practice.
the master going online, the self-scheduling, it's gonna be a game changer for us. The amount of work to keep things rolling and produce these new items is just astronomical with the small amount of staff we have, but we'll get there.
Lisa, I had a question on that, if you don't mind.
Yes, sir.
So, just so I'm clear, so when we get those phone calls in the future, because I'm sure Tommy and Ron get the same ones, I know Frank does. So the email for the scheduling of practical exam is being sent by Pearson View or by us?
Soon, all of the emails for scheduling your practical and currently scheduling your, currently scheduling the written comes from Pearson. But in the very near future, scheduling the practical will also come from Pearson.
Okay, that's what I thought you said. I just want to make sure.
Right now, once you are scheduled, and it will continue to be this way, you'll get an email, and the email comes from AWS TXHPC, which is part of the database program we use, and that's how the email is produced. Once that schedule has been done and put into Versa, you're still gonna get an alert that says, okay, your application's been processed or whatever. And I will say, we recently had two different times we've had letter errors that have gone out, and that has produced a tremendous amount of phone calls because it was sending the wrong letters out at the wrong time. So I just tell everybody, disregard whatever kind of letter you've got, unless it has a date and says be here, just forget it. But we're about to get that fixed too.
Does that also show up on their account?
Yeah, it shows up in their account.
From
They get an alert and it says license registration alert. And the link takes them and they go sign in their account. And when they sign into their account, there's a secure inbox in there and it'll tell you there's 1 or 2 messages or whatever. But what was happening is it was sending them out messages that basically were blank. So everybody's like, what am I supposed to do? Just ignore everything right now, so. But once it's all up and rolling and we get the bugs out and this kind of thing, it's gonna be really good. But it's just, you're making 3 different programs basically work together, so. As well as staff relearning how to do everything on a daily basis and that sort of thing. So, it's coming together though. I wanted to say also, as far as the exams, the exam pass fail rate staying right around 71.2, I think, overall. Some of them are a little bit up and down, not 71.1. But the number of exams that we've given up until from September to February this year is, and this includes the Pearson and ours and everything, is 4,518. I mean, that's a lot of exams. And
That's as
that's,
many as we used to do in a complete year.
yeah.
That
Yeah,
used to be
some-
the max, was 4,500.
Right
It's
around
one of-
4,500. We
it's
had a
most
few
of them.
5,000 years, but 5,000 or almost 5,000 was when I had 6 examiners too, and that's just not the case now, so.
So I think to do that in that short period of time is pretty impressive. I think.
Yeah. And we wish we could do more. I'm gonna tell you right now, there are, just for the sake of telling you, there's 143 tradesmen right now that are being prepared to be scheduled. And I'm gonna tell you, we're gonna do 12 of those a day, and there's only 21 working days in most months. And so and we have to have a maintenance day every now and then just to clean up back here. It gets to be a war zone, so. There's quite a few inspectors. We're gonna have a couple of big inspector days. And that is, the cities are just desperate for inspectors, and I get a call almost every other day. I just got a new inspector. How quick can I get them in there? And so we try our best to keep a day open for inspectors and get them all in and get them done, because the cities, they're like everybody else, not enough staff. It's almost an old song and dance now, not enough staff, but it's what it is. There are 160 journeymen that are in the process of being scheduled right now. It's a lot of people.
So I think what you're hearing is in the next 60 days or 90 days, we're gonna see a backup.
Yeah,
We haven't had that. We were at a point a couple of months ago that we were pushing them straight through.
Yeah.
But because of staffing issues and and running out of money, we're gonna have a backup. But we'll get it cleared by the end of the year, I hope.
oh, I think
But you'll
so.
start hearing some complaining again. I had a guy Saturday night tell me that Well, I passed my test in May and gosh, I hadn't heard a word. That was 2 weeks ago. I mean, he's already complaining. When I got here, they were complaining about waiting 6 months,
Yeah, and now they want to complain about.
but that's okay. I mean, it's good that he's accustomed,
Yeah,
thinking it should be quick, and he was right. Lisa fixed it for us, but you should anticipate there's gonna start being a little bit of a backup for the next 60 to 90 days.
yeah, there's
Wait.
about 30 probably that we're rolling through here right now, scheduled and ones that are prepared to be scheduled. All told, that are, and it's just every day has quite a bit of people.
Did one of our board members on the line have a comment?
Yes, Tommy Rice, I have I would anticipate a pretty consistent surge when some of these education programs come online, where at the end of semesters and especially at the end of the school year, there may be, significant numbers of these exam rushes coming on. Is there any plan to handle those surges, or just expect them, and when they happen, tell everybody, hey, if you're applying for a journeyman exam at the end of May, you're probably going to see a double or triple or normal backlog?
Tommy, I think on the education thing, it's gonna be a year or two before we start seeing any graduates come out of these programs. So hopefully, within 12 months, we're gonna have 3 testing centers, Arlington, Waco, and Austin going. So this additional capacity that we're bringing on is in anticipation of these surges, anticipated surges coming from trade schools and high schools maybe in the future. So we're building the capacity for it.
I agree with that, but TSTC's program's already been active for a couple of years, and we had our meeting with Tyler when they started their program. Seemed like that was almost 2 years ago, wasn't it? Some of those people ought to be coming out, maybe ready to take their tradesmen. I just expect that surge at the end of school years or semesters is going to, once it starts, I think it's going to be consistent for a few years.
Once it starts, but I believe that we will have the capacity ramped up the time it's in full swing to take care of it. So,
Okay.
I certainly hope I have more examiners by then. So
we're gonna have plenty.
I anticipate that we should be fine. I don't want to miss anything. I had a lot of stuff here. Self-scheduling, computer based, yeah, I think I got it all. Is there any other questions that I can answer?
Lisa, you said the master computer-based testing should be up and running. We're looking for it to be by when now?
Probably gonna be September
By
now.
September, okay.
Yeah, we've got when we flip-flop back to working on the self-scheduling, we really didn't plan on doing the self-scheduling until September, October, November. We're gonna go ahead and get the master on, but with no scheduler and the demand, we had to take phase 2 and move it to phase 1 and start working on the self-scheduling, so. But that's okay. And there's also 2 time periods where we have to work with Pearson and the Versa folks, because they have some big updates and some downtime stuff, so that we're working around, but we're in a good spot with it.
Same thing for the inspectors.
Yeah, same thing for inspectors will be probably after the first of the year.
Okay.
And Lisa, correct me if I'm wrong, but right now we're giving the written exam to masters. And we're allowing those to only take the portion of the masters that they fail. Once we switch over to computer-based testing, if they don't pass every section of it, they're gonna have to retake the whole thing.
Yeah.
They're no longer gonna have the option of taking only the area that they failed. Am I right about
You're
that?
correct.
So if you hadn't been tested before September, you're gonna have to take the whole test over again.
And believe it or not, I actually have quite a few people. I started a list when we started this mega master thing. I started a list, and in reaching out for people, we're actually scheduling via text. I've got a separate phone just to schedule via text. Works pretty good. And I had a lot of them that said, oh, I've got vacation, or I got kids that we're moving and this, that, and the other. I'd love to just wait and go to the computer based in the fall. And so I started a good list, and for lack of the testers of the very first testers, you know, somebody's gotta be first. And so I've probably got a dozen. And anyone else that wants to do that, will be sure and call me, but we've gone through all the applications. Dawn and I have them by sections, we have them by dates. We've got different reports ran, and we're trying to pull out the people that only have one part and two parts left. If they have two parts, I don't know if we're gonna get to them at this point. But anybody that has just one part, we're trying to get those masters and get them done and get them out of the way. Cause, you know,
Justin's got something here.
So we are administering the master test now.
yeah, but the
Okay.
application is not on the website. The application is not in the,
Cause I've gotten some complaints about that they can't.
sorry.
Right now. Okay.
If you're, the only time that we can open the application, but there's gotta be a really good reason, and I'll give you an example. If they had a death in the company or whatever, and they needed a change to a master, we've always done everything we could to get that person in. If they had a journeyman that needed to test for a master, maybe someone that was ill and they needed to switch the insurance or whatever, we're gonna work with those people. We can open the application for the people to do it online, but the paper one is not out there.
Okay.
Too many times you get paper ones that are incomplete. We've got enough to process right now, and we couldn't possibly get through them. So whenever we switch it over and they go to computer based, it'll be really fast, and it won't, in reality, to go ahead and us keep taking applications right now is only gonna hurt us and slow us down and slow everybody else down. So just wait. Go to computer based and be done with it.
Once that opens up on computer based, we're gonna have the same phenomenon we did when we opened it up for the tradesmen and journeyman. We had 600 or 800 people that just swept through in 60 days.
Mhm.
And the same thing will happen with masters as soon as we get a computer based test. So, it's gonna happen, so.
It's coming together. It's, like I say, it's no small feat just to get all of these things to work together and for us to test. And I can tell you, Dawn and I have worked nights, weekends, holidays, as the bits and pieces and testing and transfer of data and new reports coming up, and GW's trying to learn all these new reports. How to read things that when they come back through, and then, you know, what to click on for it to upload, so. It's all
Yeah,
new for us too.
Yeah, I'm not criticizing in any way. I just wanted to clarify for
Oh, yeah,
the journeymen in the world that want to take that test to move up, what they can expect.
yeah. Sign up, you can, I mean, as soon as, Kevin will put a big announcement out just as soon as we put that back out there. But if someone is desperate, by all means, just have them call me directly, I'll set them up, we'll find them a spot. We did, I can't remember, Juan and I did them. Almost 30 people one day in Waco Masters, and that was all parts. And being the new guy, Ben and I had 10 to 12 yesterday, got those out of the way. And it helps them a little bit right now, just to, if they can go to Waco, you know, we're trying to do them up there. And then we had a couple other, we had 3 real big days here. I don't know, it's the most masters that we've ever had. So currently, I'm gonna tell you, right now, just the RMPs alone are over 8,500. That's a lot of plumbing companies. That's RMPs that actually have insurance. So the masters themselves are at, almost 13, well, no, 12,299. That's probably changed today. And 85, a little over 8,500 of them are RMPs. So it's crazy. And I guarantee you there's 6 or 7 came in the mail today, probably wanting to get their RMPs.
all this is good news for continuing education providers.
Yeah, it most definitely is.
There's a huge demand. I'm surprised we haven't seen more CE providers getting into the market or expanding what they're doing. Then maybe they are expanding and I don't know it, but we're getting a pent-up demand for CE now.
And on the retakes right now, this is somewhat, I would say it's somewhat accurate. It doesn't, this is as, well, we reran it this morning, June 28th, so it is accurate, I've forgotten. There's 22.22% of the exams that are retakes. So 156 of them are 2 or more times. So, and I would say the majority of those are masters right now. Is there anything else I can answer, talk about, or otherwise, or did I forget anything? Oh, I did forget something. It's important. The other program that Dawn and I will be getting to test hopefully in the next few weeks has to do with data and file transfer. We'll be able to accept payments for penalties online. 4 of the 6 or 7 now agencies, 4 of us have gone in together and are going to be supporting this program to pay the administrative penalties online. So we'll be able to do credit cards. Of course, it's gonna have a little convenience fee and that sort of thing. But it'll be fast and the data will come right back to us, comptroller and Texas.gov handle it. And so we're real excited about that.
That's a great idea.
It's coming together. We also just, I'm sorry, one more thing and I'm done. We also just finished one of our payment certification security reports. So we got that done because we don't physically touch the credit cards here. So some of our reporting is better. And we still won't be touching the credit card whenever this admin penalty online comes to be. They'll be handling all of it. So it eliminates a lot of security issues that we're not standing at the window, taking the card or touching it. So we're real excited about that.
Is this gonna put Steve out of the collection business?
Yes, somewhat, it is.
I would love to totally put him out of the collection business.
Uh,
Up until
he's gonna
now,
be able to pop it up and go, oh, they paid $750 of their $1,000 penalty, and he'll know how much time they got left and whether or not the license doesn't get renewed. It will make his life easier. Initially, it will be somewhat more difficult, but once he gets used to it, his life will be easier.
well, I would hope that we would stop allowing payments for paying penalties over time.
It's,
I'm gonna tell you, I can get my dog a credit card. And anyone can get a credit card. And if they can get a credit card, they can pay MasterCard over time rather than paying us. So let's move toward getting us out of the credit business and giving that business to Visa and MasterCard.
I think you'll see a lot of that now.
I think we need to require it.
We had a discussion with them about limiting the amount of money and whether it had to match exactly what the system said. And at this point, it's gonna take partial payments. And it's a collective thing within the group. So if they owe 500 and they pay 250, it's gonna take the money. But it doesn't mean that it's gonna clear the penalty on our side. It's
No.
still gonna be there and it's still gonna have a hold on it. But as things move through, there may be an opportunity to tell it, only take this specific amount.
Yeah.
We had that discussion.
Let's move toward that because we really need to get out of us collecting and keeping up with if they're paying their bills. That's something that we don't need to be doing. And I felt that way for the last 2 years. I'm happy to see us moving in that direction. So
It's getting there, so, won't take too long at all. I think I've got everything with that, adding that, oh, I had one other thing. And then I really am done.
you just think you're done.
I am done. I really am done. We've got the opportunity to produce a 30-day emergency license now in the event of a disaster. And the disaster has to be designated as such by the governor and or I could, if I was aware of a particular instance that, was maybe to a certain geographic area or whatever. But we've got the form ready and the ability to take the application in our database as well now too. So both of those things are ready, the form's there. Kevin just finished it. I think it's fillable online. I think he's already put it in there, but we don't want just anybody to try to go out and start doing it. We're not just gonna randomly hand out 30-day licenses. It's for a special situation. But above all, we hope we don't have one of those special situations this year, some tremendous hurricane or whatever, but we're ready. And it's all working. So real happy with that. And that's all. I'm done.
Hey, Lisa, can I ask a question of Lisa?
Sure.
It's Dave. Hey, Lisa, and I can see Kevin there too, so maybe it's for both of you. I just, over here in the chat column on my screen, someone had posted the job openings deal. And I was just curious, when you go to the website, we don't really have a careers tab up in the upper bar. And really to find our job openings, it took me a while to really find it. I've got the link, but if you just go to the website, it takes a while to find what jobs are available. Can we get a direct link on the homepage to all these jobs?
Once we move to our new website, which we're in the process of, we'll have the ability to put some additional tabs. Right now, they're found under the About Us tab under employment on our website, but we can certainly see if we have enough spare tabs to make one specific for employment when we go to our new program.
Dave, I think that's a good idea, especially coming in September. We're gonna sure enough have a lot of job openings in September.
Well, right now, when we look at the list now, we've got quite a few. And I'm just afraid if somebody's searching for jobs, they can't find it.
Well, and the other place that they're at, if they're searching for state jobs in particular, they'll go to the Workforce Commission and it'll say, do you want to pull up all state agencies, or do you want all state of Texas or government or county, whatever? And so we get all the agencies that way.
But if right now there was a plumber out there that wanted to get out of the 100-degree heat and come to work for us, most of them are not, too tech savvy, and they're like me, they're just going to go and, oh, I wonder where it is and you can't find it. So I'm trying to make it simple to fill a position.
It'll have its own little job tab and information when we switch to the new program.
Any idea how long that will be?
Kevin, do you know when we're gonna launch? I don't think we're gonna launch it before September.
Yeah. Sometime between now and September.
We just can't physically get it done.
Okay, yeah, we probably need it at least by September if we got more openings coming, because we've got quite a list so far. Thank you.
Gonna have a bigger list too.
That's the good news, and it's a point well taken. The truth of the matter is, we couldn't hire them right now if we needed to, because we don't have any money.
Yeah.
So I guess we're not really beating the bushes too hard, because we don't have the funds to put them on right now anyway. It's gonna be September.
And a lot of agencies we're anticipating, as we always do, a lot of agencies will have postings and people will want to move from agency to agency and that sort of thing, so.
Yeah.
Well, it'll be a lot easier eventually, and that's all. I'm done. I apologize for going so long.
Well, that's all right. Kenneth, are you ready?
Are you ready?
Yeah, we stay ready. Go for it.
Okay, good afternoon. My name is Kenneth Biddle. I'm the Director of Financial Operations for the Texas State Board of Plumbing Examiners. So let's return 1 minute to tab 12. You guys have seen this for the last, since I've been here, but the picture isn't any rosier than it was when I started presenting this information back in January. Our budget is really tight. One of the things that changed between the last time I presented the budget and this time is that we asked the Legislative Budget Board to use some of our vehicle money after we purchased one of our vehicles to fund some of our operations. We're currently waiting on a decision from the Legislative Budget Board So we have to make some decisions between now and the end of the year on funding based on what I have available in my current budget and the availability of that funding from the LBD if they give it to us. So right now I have a surplus outside of my conference and seminar money, assuming the LBD gives us the money of about $13,000. Assuming they don't, we're gonna have to make some additional personnel decisions, on some hiring decisions we were planning on doing before September 1st. That we may have to delay until September 1st. So that's where our budget kind of stands right now as of May 31st.
You know, let me say something about this budget shortfall, if you call it a shortfall, we're really tight. And I take total responsibility for that. If you look at this biennium that we went into, all of us got here after the budget was already in place. It was just, I got here in January and it was approved that year. I didn't have any idea what we were gonna do. I had never even met Mike Reeser at TSTC. We didn't have a clue what we were gonna do. And we had we, the board, the agency had an option. We could have just sat back and waited for the next legislative session to roll around and put in place this additional testing center and some expenditures that we made. And we chose to let's push forward. And that put a real strain on our budget. Because when we went into this, we had one testing center. And that's what we were budgeted for. And within a year's time, we added an additional testing center and we added personnel up there. We started buying materials up there. And I think Kenneth figured we spent an additional 50 grand.
55, 60 grand.
$55,000 or $60,000 in operation up there that we did not have budgeted for. And that's my fault. That's not the staff's fault. They have squeezed pennies and been tight as they can be. But I believe, and I think I'm not backing up on the strategy, because had we not done what we did this year, we would have never had this successful session coming out. If we'd have waited and said, well, we know what the problem is now, and what we'd like to do is this, we would not be where we are today. So if we can just get through the next couple of months, we're gonna have more money than this agency has ever had in its history. Kenneth and I were talking about next year, we're gonna be flush with cash. The year following that is another matter. We're gonna be there. But I want to make it clear that there's nothing of this shortfall has anything to do with the staff and everything to do with the direction of this board, basically by me. Because I did not tell Mike Reeser, let's hold off now. Let's hold. He never knew we were in a budget crunch. So we did it with our eyes open, and it's my fault. It's not the staff's that we're in this budget crunch. So.
And I'm not gonna call it a shortfall because we're not negative. So it's-
Yeah, we're not negative,
It's not a shortfall. It's
but
just,
we're tight. And that's,
it's managerial challenges for the last couple months of the year to make sure we don't overextend the budget. So we're managing that on a pretty much daily, but weekly basis now. Looking at what the budget looks like, making sure we're not seeing expenditures somewhere where we weren't expecting them. But we're not gonna go over, I promise.
yeah. And so the public knows, the board has voluntarily, we don't collect expenses anymore. And haven't since what, February?
Since we made the decision.
Since we made the decision in January, February.
Our budget's gonna be tight.
So it's that tight that our board has not reimbursed our expenses anymore. And I appreciate the board's voluntary compliance with that,
And we'll look at
but it
those-
is that tight for us, so.
We'll be looking at those reimbursements after probably October, November, to see what we have left after we pay all our bills.
Yeah, and it's may or may not be there, so don't spend it.
Let's work on the budget. Next 2 pages are where we are on revenue collections for the different revenues for licenses and exams. And the board chair asked me one time what the difference was. Difference is this is money collected as of between September 1st and May 31st, where actual number of licenses are gonna include people that still have their licenses that are renewing between June 1st and August 31st. But this is not a reflection of how many licensed farmers there are. This is just a reflection of how much money we collected for the year and how it breaks down.
Yeah.
Right now, I'm looking at a overall increase year over year of 7.7% of total revenues. I'm expecting an additional 2.5% growth. That's just a conservative estimate I make, just based on population growth in the state of Texas. Then I'm estimating we're gonna have probably about a 5.4% increase year over year from 2022 to 2023, just a guess at this point. It's educated, but it's not an exact science.
You know, something else that, Kenneth, I think is significant. So our board, most of us, or all of us, except for me, have not been a state agency before. We don't have a cash flow problem. We're generating revenue to beat the band. What we have is a cap on how much we're appropriated to spend. And that's what we're bumping up against. It's not that we're not collecting plenty of revenue to cover our expenses. We're what, $1 million ahead or,
We will be about $1 million ahead at the end of the year.
At the end of the year. which is good news, because we got plenty to cover our authorization, but when we started this biennium, we were only authorized to spend X number of dollars, and that's the number we're bumping up against. It's not that we don't have the cash to cover it, we got plenty.
Well, except it all goes into a big pot over at the comptroller's office and then they stir it up. and
It
get
does.
back with what our allocation
It,
is.
it does, but you know, the good news about that, and you can't get it perfect every time. We are required by law to cover our appropriated amount that we're to spend. So if we're gonna get this big bump in expenditures, we've got to have the revenue to do it. And based upon Kenneth has done some really good work on this and is watching it closely. I think, and he thinks that we're able to do this, to spend this extra money without any major fees.
I remember,
Going forward.
like the board chair was saying, we have to cover our direct costs, but we also have to cover those indirect costs. For example, agency benefits that go to ERS, retirement, healthcare, all those costs are not part of our direct appropriations. It's about $650,000 to $700,000 this year. Next year, indirect costs are gonna be pushing $1 million, and I'll show you that when we talk about the 2024 budget. So our budget is $3 million. Our actual expenditures that we have to have revenues for is almost $4 million. So just keep that in mind. We cover direct and indirect costs for our budgets. Okay, now if you go back to tab 1 with me, board chair talked about highlights of the 88th legislative session. As he discussed, when he opened up this meeting this afternoon, our actual appropriations for the biennium are going to increase approximately 33.3%. That comes to about almost $1 million a year in extra appropriations that we didn't have before. Also, we're increasing our FTE count from 42 to 51, another 21.4% increase of our staff. And we were talking about hiring people. There's that list of new staff we got in the session. We got all of these people. We got everything we asked for in legislative session, except we didn't get one examiner and the $63,000 per year they went with that examiner. So we did pretty well for legislative session. And so we'll have to make some decisions in the future about, how we staff things going forward, but that's what we got based on what we asked for in the 88th legislative session. There's a list of our funding highlights. If you remember all those exceptional items, staff salary increases, staffing increasing. We got some Versa IT upgrades. We had some additional exam center costs we asked for. After session started, we asked for that big increase in our lease costs. We got that. And then every year we have I wanted to point that out there. Our actual costs that we contribute to the Health Professional Council for the Versa and some of the IT systems they manage actually decreased biennium over biennium. So we got a lot more money. And then we got a small decrease in all that money we asked for because the cost of our contract with HPC went down. So that's what that negative number shows, is that. So overall, $1.964 million more than we had in FY 22-23. Additionally, we got some money in 2023 that's gonna benefit the agency right now that we can carry some of it forward, some of it we gotta spend this year. We asked for $48,000 for a new vehicle, tow the trailer and provide examiner and investigator support. That was a Senate Bill 30 item, appropriated in a supplemental funding bill we have access to that money today. So if we can find a vehicle today to buy, we're working on that. We can buy that today, pay for it today. We may not get it for a year, but we can buy it today. We did get a new vehicle when I was talking about the 2023 budget, and we have talked about the difficulties in purchasing a new vehicle. We got one. It costs us almost $42,000 for the Ford Edge. And we don't know where we're gonna get that yet, but we actually have one on order, so we'll get it one day.
We've got to find somebody that'll fit in it, so.
We actually really covered
Ours.
Yeah. And then Senate Bill 30 also provided for additional funding for salary increases. So if you remember when we looked at our budget for 2024 and 25, there's money in there for staff salary increases. So the Senate and House passed Senate Bill 30, which made that effective date July 1st. So starting next, what was that? Next Monday, next Saturday, people are now earning either 5% more or $250 more a month. So that was a nice thing. My calculation says it's gonna add about $17,000 to our 2023 budget and cost. So next time you see the budget for fourth quarter, you'll see that $17,000 bump in appropriations, but you'll see the $17,000 bump in expenditures there. And it's a in and out. No additional benefit to us, but our employees benefit greatly from it.
Fortunately, it didn't hit directly on our budget. They appropriated that, or like I said, it's in and out.
In and out, so whatever we don't spend of it, if somebody leaves and they got that budget, whatever we don't spend of that additional salary, we don't need to spend on something else, we'll come back and sweep it back later. So. Okay, we turn to tab 13 with me. That is the proposed 2024 budget based on all of the information I just provided you that reconciles back to our General Appropriations Act. You'll see the ins and outs. The outs transfers out include our cost to HPC that we're going to transfer out September 1st, 2023. It comes in, goes out. We never actually get to spend it. Most of our costs, again, is going to be personnel costs. I've got 51 FTE budgeted at $2.8 million. I'm not expecting to spend $2.8 million on salaries in 2024, but I have it budgeted because there's going to be some gap in the time it takes us to get the jobs posted, get them filled, and not everything's going to fill on September 1st. That would be ideal, but I'm anticipating that we're going to have some salary savings that we're going to be using somewhere else in the agency next year. And the next page on that tab shows what my projected revenues are for 2024. 2024, I backed out what we collect in master's exams, about $135,000 a year. And I increased it again, population growth 2.5% per year. It's a slight anticipated decrease because of the master's revenues going to Pearson View. Not significant. I also did that number for you down there so you can see where our revenues are compared to what statutorily we have to cover out of our revenues for the year. I think we're gonna be fine next year, and that's gonna be additional talk later for the fee studies that I know the board chair is gonna want to bring up in the next couple of meetings. However, since we're not gonna spend all that money I talked about on salary costs for FY 24, because of those gaps, we're also not gonna spend that money in benefits. So I'm not anticipating us, that $42,000 I'm showing is revenues versus the finisher shortfall is not really gonna be there because, like I said, we're not gonna spend that money on benefits. Because we're not gonna get 100% of those additional staff hired by November 1st. And that concludes my presentation on the 2023 budget, 2024 budget. And if you guys review the budget, and the motion would be that you approve the budget for the upcoming fiscal year, FY 2024 budget. That would be appreciated to approve the budget going forward, so we can start working on that for the board.
Okay. Thank you, Kenneth, and I'm in a second, I'm gonna ask for a motion to approve our 2024 budget. As it's laid out. I'm real comfortable with Kenneth's analysis. I have a great high level of confidence in Kenneth and his analysis. The only thing that I will say, and we'll fix to take a break as soon as we get this motion. But it's disheartening to me, in the last meeting or two, we've had a couple of executive sessions. Our rent for this building went up $274,000 for the next 2 years. That's the increase. We're paying $30,000 a month for this facility. Long term, that's not sustainable. And I'm not sure, it's not a subject I want to talk about today, and it's not on the agenda, so let's just forget it. But these executive sessions we have had have been a surprise increase in the rent. If we had to decide how we were going to deal with that. So the bottom line, it went up $274,000, and the legislature, we had to go back to the legislature to get that additional funding in addition to what we already asked for. And they gave it to us. So we're good to go for a couple of years, but at some point in time in the future, we're going to address how we're gonna have to deal with it going forward. Is there a motion to approve the budget, as presented in our board packet today?
I so move.
Motion by Mr. McDonald, is there a second?
Aaron Black, second.
Aaron Black, second. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Thanks. Before we move to Steve, was that it, Kenneth?
That's it.
Okay, before we move to Steve, let's take a 10-minute break. It's 1:35. We'll come back at a quarter on two.
Tab A, number 15, it's summary of complaint cases reviewed. These are administrative penalties. This is all for the months of March 1 through May 31st, which is our third quarter. Had 9 total meetings, and then 163 cases were reviewed. And of course, you can see how they're broken out into penalties issued.
What tab are you on there, Steve?
14.
Sorry, go ahead.
Don't have the-
Wait, do we have a forum? Okay,
Yellow bitches on the screen.
okay. Did, Norma's not joining us again?
Norma had to leave at 1.
Go ahead. Is that?
Yeah, please.
Okay. We broke out, of course, the number of contracting, between master, journeyman, tradesman, apprentice, and, no, not registered with the agency. And of course, we've always got the alleged violations with no administrative penalty, from voluntary compliance all the way to no jurisdiction. That's all we have on the, board review meeting for complaints review. And in B, we have board review meetings report for applicants and also for renewals. And self-explanatory numbers that were reviewed and numbers that were denied and approved. If there's any questions on that?
Nothing other than I wanted to point out to make sure I'm reading it right and make sure the board understands that you had 124 cases that came back with a hit. Basically, you had a felony, something on it. You reviewed them and it only 20 of the 124 were held up. Is that correct?
Correct.
16 plus 4.
Those 65 approved.
Well, that's just the applicant, so this includes the renewals. There were 39 renewals approved also, I'll be
Okay.
following that. I guess. Steve, remind us one more time, and I'm glad, looks like Tommy Rice just got back on also, and I'm glad he's on here, because that's always been something for him. Lisa talked earlier about criminal background checks and fingerprints. If we run 500 through the system, and all but 124 have no record whatsoever, then those all go right on through. You never see it. They get issued their license or renewal or whatever it is. Of the 124 that have a hit of a felony conviction, those are pulled and those are what are reviewed by the committee. Am I saying that correctly?
That's, and again, we don't get involved until, they are pulled, so.
Okay, and tell me who the committee is.
I'm sorry.
Who is the committee that reviews these that are pulled?
Right now, it's myself and my assistant, Kathy Stokes.
Okay. Did you not one time have you're part of your investigators?
No, it's not for these criminal reviews.
Okay, so basically it's you and Kathy.
Yeah.
Do those.
And of course, I think, is it, who is looking at?
Our criminal history analysts are Ale and, Ale right now. And, our law clerks are helping us process. Or not.
And let's say a renewal had a federal conviction and they were one of those 20 that got rejected or turned down. Then what can they do? They say, well, I don't agree with that. You know, that happened 3 years ago and I've had a good record. What am I to do now?
Can I answer that, Steve?
Yeah, I was leading to it because it's going to Lynn.
Okay, limits of general counsel. Ultimately, if someone goes through criminal history review and we do not determine that the candidate that has been approved for licensure, and that's after it goes through the enforcement group's review, then they will be denied, and then they have the chance to appeal their denial. And should they wish to appeal their denial, and they do it timely, they can go through a seller case. And, administrative law judge will review their criminal histories and make a determination.
If we
And
acted
then write a recommendation or proposal for decision that will be ultimately decided upon by this board.
So there's due process in this, even if you get turned down initially, I guess is the point I'm trying to make. And to show you how small a number this is, I don't know how many fingerprints will run in this batch. But only 124 of them were reviewed, which would indicate they clearly had felony convictions that rose to the level of Steve taking a look at them. And of those 24, whether it be new applicants or renewals, only 20 of the 124, or 16%, were held up or denied. So it's 16% of only those that were looked at, not 16% of all the fingerprints that were run. There may have been 1,000 fingerprints run in that batch, and I think 20 of them came back. So it's a very minute. It's a very small number of those that are turned down.
I mean, just to give a little comparison, I mean, this has been years ago where we as in, actually it was Calvin Day, you know, he was chief examiner. We went to a meeting with I think we're at Huntsville. They the classes that are put on there for those that are inmates, and,
Right.
you know, have to do with plumbing and whatever. And a lot of them, they were told that if you have a felony conviction, there's no way in the world you can get a license. Well, we were there and TDLR were there, and we spoke first, and then TDLR came in later on in the morning. And I listened in, and we were both at the percentage of approval was about 86%. So we were both in the same number as approval.
Right.
So when they gave them a little idea that, well, you know, there's hope for those who have convicted, as long as they meet the guidelines that we have, you know, in our board books. And it's not just something we look at and say, you know,
Felony convictions are out.
it's a set of things. We want to make sure we got support from others that know the person from previous and from that, you know, what they're going through now. From employers, responsible masters that are, you know, putting their self out there saying, hey, I know this person, you know, we're hiring them or we want to hire them, and we believe that they're not a threat to the community. They've been rehabilitated for the best of their knowledge. Because again, it's not, you know, we don't know for sure, but we got to have the best, you know, rules in place to where we can have guidelines to, you know, look at additional information and say, okay, well, we believe this person has been rehabilitated.
You know, it makes me wonder, Ron, how many of those 20,700 apprentices who have not, that are eligible to become tradesmen, have not become tradesmen because they got a criminal conviction in the background. Who might be under the misinformation that I've been convicted, so therefore there's no use in me taking a
They
test.
go through the same.
They go through the
As an apprentice.
It would come up on their.
It will now, but up until now, we haven't tested the apprentices. We haven't required fingerprints.
Yeah, we hadn't required fingerprints, but they've always done a background investigation. Prior to, as soon as they submit that application, they go through the background investigation, criminal background.
You talking about the important?
No, the apprentice or so. Every apprentice goes through a criminal background investigation, correct?
I'm sorry.
Every apprentice goes through a criminal background investigation.
They go through, yeah, the fingerprint.
They will now, but they haven't before.
Previously, they were random.
They're random. They just picked and
Yeah,
choose, not everybody.
We've had to write letters prior to, on many apprentices, for them to even get their apprentice card, because
Most of them self-report too.
Well, then they know it was coming. So, it's you know, it's a one-time thing, get it done and get it over with. But I think you'll notice on the previous report, the number of false info that's been provided board
I did.
is consistently, you know, and I think it'll taper off eventually when everyone gets there. But we're catching a lot from previous years too, so.
I didn't want to belabor it, but just to reemphasize, just because you had a felony doesn't mean you're out.
Right.
Because that's especially important with all these apprentices we're about to
to do, so. Steve, I got a question, kind of tagging on to Frank's. Those that appeal, what would you think the percentage were of those that appeal when they're appealed?
We don't lose many. In fact, I don't think I've been here quite a few years and I probably could count on one hand the number that we've lost. We don't deny them unless they don't meet our guidelines. And, of course, I've testified numerous times in SOA. And again, we support the reason, that, those individuals that applied did not provide something. And a lot of times they get there on the stand and admit everything that we said, and they're just really looking, for maybe a little bit of sympathy or something, but, it is what it is. If, we ask for information and we ask for them to meet a certain, guideline, and if it's not met, then we can't take that chance. But they can reapply after a year if once they've been denied.
I have empathy for people that are convicted of felony. I mean, they shouldn't be condemned the rest of their life. But I think from our standpoint, we have a greater obligation to protect the public than we do to issue a license. So under no circumstances should we be issuing licenses who we are uncomfortable with going into our own family's homes. And as long as we follow those guidelines and standards, I think we'll solve them.
And if they just walked out of prison, we can't tell for sure if they're getting rehabilitated or not. So,
So I had been in trouble 5 years. I thought, oh, you've been in prison 5 years. You haven't had a chance to get in trouble.
that's pretty obvious when we submit our case. So,
Anyway, we appreciate your work on this. I know it becomes sometimes tedious and it's time consuming, but we don't do anything more important than protecting the public. And
like Ms. Stokes, my assistant, and the legal department, going through the fingerprint. I can't even imagine the number of hits that they make on those, as far as trying to get all the information they need. So. Any other questions on?
No, sir.
Okay. And next we'll see C is field activity summary report. Again, very self-explanatory on the number of reportings that we divide out between each field investigator, the totals. You can see the number of field investigators we have, so we're down one. And so we're hoping to soon fill that forward spot. If there's any questions on the field activity summary report.
Is Paul Hernandez in Corpus Christi?
Yeah, he covers the
South Texas.
yeah, so.
I thought I saw his name on an agreed order in Arlington.
On what?
On an agreed order in Arlington. Did he do some temporary work up there?
In Harlingen?
Arlington.
Oh, Arlington. Well, he's in the state of Texas. So he'll, as far as doing a report, is what complaint I sent him. So if I need help
Okay.
in Arlington,
So it's a possibility, if it wasn't a mistake, he actually did do.
well, it wasn't a mistake.
Okay.
But again, where we get the most complaints, again, you see the number we have. So most of the complaints are gonna come out of the Dallas-Fort Worth area, the Houston area, and Austin area. So I have to take those that are in other areas, maybe the Panhandle, that don't get a lot of direct complaints in the Panhandle. And they have to help with Arlington, and Fort Worth, or those, and same thing with Arlington. The South Texas area doesn't get as many complaints,
That's
so.
all I need to know. I thought you might have made a mistake.
I can,
Okay.
but I don't think I did on this.
Okay.
Any other questions on field activity report? And number D is just a summary of cease and desist orders, and these were the cease and desist orders that were issued, and they would have been in conjunction with usually with the penalty contracting, plumbing work without proper license. And I believe it's 31 of those.
And I would add, all 31 of them were for unlicensed activity.
Right. And there's no, no signatures that need other than the executive recognition. Any questions on cease and desist? Okay, then under E, tab E, item E, board order of administrative penalties by agreement. These are penalties that were issued and we received, in some cases, final payment. As in the first one. If you have any questions on those, would be glad to answer.
That first one being such a large amount, obviously there's multiple times.
He's been paying on it for a while.
Okay.
Yeah, and it was multiple.
You know,
Yeah, that was from 2016.
I might have missed it, but it's the first time I've ever noticed a plumbing inspector subject to an agreed order. Did I miss the other ones, or is that unusual?
It's very rare, very rare.
Failure to properly state the license number of the plumbing inspector on a document produced in connection with multiple inspections. Do you know off the top of your head how that came about? How that was reported to you, or how you became aware of that?
Yeah, we were, to the best of my knowledge, I probably should defer since I don't have all the detail in front of me. Basically, it had to do with an inspection performed instead of using the person's license number to perform the inspection. This person used their license number, so that was they made it.
Anyway, the $4,000 agreed order.
So now we just settle it. So.
Yeah. Board members, any questions on any of these cases? I think on those, Steve, I need to get an approval from the board to accept these agreed orders and authorize me to.
I believe that's correct.
Board members, if you don't have any questions or ask, or if you do have questions, ask them. If not, a motion would be in order to approve these agreed orders and authorize the chair to sign the document.
I move that we approve the agreed orders as presented and authorize the chairman of the board to sign on behalf of the agency.
Is there a second?
Ainsworth, second.
Ron Ainsworth, seconds. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Any opposed? Thanks. Okay, Steve.
And along with that is the previous violator list, so you just see the list of those that had were on this list that had a previous violation.
You know, I keep up with this stuff. And of those board orders and administrative penalties, 17 of the 58 or 30% of them was unlicensed activity.
Well, I think on the administrative penalty report, it was right at of unlicensed activity that was issued penalties for, is about 51%. So it's pretty consistent across the board.
You know, I'm gonna get ahead of you just a little bit, and I'm doing this because I see a lot of chatter on the internet. This board doesn't ever do anything about unlicensed activity. We report it all the time. Nothing ever happens. Well, Steve is gonna report on 97 disciplinary actions that were taken since our last board meeting. 63 of those, or 64% of them, had to do with unlicensed activity. And I didn't total up the dollars, but out of 97 disciplinary actions since our last board meeting, 63% of them were unlicensed activity. And he did that with 8 investigators across the state of Texas. So I continue to say our enforcement people are doing everything they can with the capacity that they've got. So I'm not dissatisfied with it. And I know it's not enough to all these naysayers who are always saying, they never do nothing. All they do is come after us. Well, I got news for you. Only 37% of them cases were against plumbers and the rest of them were for unlicensed activities. Steve, I'm sorry for interrupting.
You're kind of the boss.
No. So then, F, under F is the default final orders. This will actually also need action of the board. These are those that haven't responded to those alleged violations.
Basically just haven't responded, period. Any question on the default orders or discussion from anyone? Dave or Tommy, either? If not, is there a motion to approve the default orders that are presented and authorize the chair to sign on behalf of the board?
Darren Black, so moved.
Mr. Black makes a motion. Is there a second?
Tommy
Dave
Wright,
Yellow's
second.
Somebody said, 3 people seconded.
Pick a name.
Okay, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 That concludes my report for the third quarter. If you have any questions, we'll be glad to try to answer them for you.
In keeping with the theme of the day, all of those default orders had to do with unlicensed activity. So, except one, you're right, 14 out of 15 were unlicensed activity.
Mr. Chair, just a quick question for Steve before we move on.
Sure.
So now that we've approved these default orders, what's kind of the next step on that as far as actually finding the people and collecting from them?
My opinion is often when people come back for renewal, they can't renew unless they're square renewal. So what happens is people come to renew, they find they have an outstanding penalty, and then in order to renew, they'll lose.
But what happened if somebody was performing unlicensed activity and they don't obviously then have any license or registration from the board to care about?
Yeah. In the past, they were, doing a. I'm sorry. Yeah, but it was sort of,
I was just curious what our handle is on this.
I may address this a tiny bit, and I haven't seen that process. Most state agencies have a requirement that penalties over a threshold amount dictated by the AG's office get referred to the AG's office, and the AG's office pursue collection. For most agencies that I know of, and I know that requires, it's probably a $5,000 amount. Anything under that is up to the independent speakers of the agency, or they have staff to pursue it. Usually it's the agency accomplishes that task by collecting when people come up with renewal. But, so anything.
So if it's over a certain threshold, it would basically be analogous to overdue. That
It goes
where they can't do other stuff without paying that down first. Okay.
Did we send them over to the Attorney General's office?
I haven't ever been involved in that process here, but that's what state agencies do. I can look into.
Why don't you look into it? I guess we can send them. I wouldn't expect too much
They,
help out of them, to be honest.
I did this at TDLR, and their collection rate was like less than 1%.
Yeah,
So.
but you know, I think also TDR, we used Grogan and Blair, who is a collection.
Linebarger,
Grogan and Blair.
and their collection
Is even
at the
less than that.
time, and this is a vague recollection from years past, it was not much better.
I know. Although I will say it didn't cost us.
Yeah,
Send it to
it was ultimately, I believe, and again, very distant recollection is, they were able to, basically, we referred to the AG, what was over now, the threshold amount dictated by the AG, anything under that got referred to Linebarger, and, they could collect fees on top of the penalties, and ultimately that's how they were, getting paid. my recollection is that there was not a very high rate of collection in either instance.
You know, even that it's not, it seems like it would be prudent on our part to turn it over to them. At least they'll continue to start getting collection notices and things from somebody other.
Presumably, at some point they get dinged on their credit report.
Somewhere.
Might get their.
Yeah.
Would you look into that and
You
see,
can, you would need to go through a competitive bidding process, which is
Well,
what.
see what we
PLR
gotta-
did.
see what we've got to do, and let's,
What? May I ask what is our, how bad is the problem with people not paying? Is it a huge problem or you collected most of it?
On unlicensed?
Yeah.
I
I
would,
don't think we were
Percent-
really,
percentage
Never
is
put it
small,
down.
but you'd be surprised that we do get some that, you know, that pay. The thing I was trying to, the word I was thinking of was warrant hold. And, and when we had, you know, previous full-time council, you know, before everything hit with sunset, we were getting some warrant holds issued, and one case in particular, I had that, a guy called me and he said that he had this warrant hold and he was wanting to buy some property. And he couldn't buy the property because he had a warrant hold. So he wrote us a check for that. That's the only one I know of that we got any kind of reimbursement or, you know, satisfaction on a penalty for someone who's unlicensed.
I guess to me, it's just distressing that, you know, you and your team work really hard at trying to stop this unlicensed activity and, you know, set up stings and everything else to try and catch these folks. And then, you know, you mail them the cease and desist order or, you know, whatever, and they don't ever respond. And so then we issue a default order, but you know, if it's Joe Fly by night, he's already hit the road and probably never even gets the mail in the first place. And so, you know, I guess it's just distressing to me that we put all this time and energy into busting these guys that are doing it the wrong way. And at the end of the day, there's really nothing it seems like we can do about it.
Yeah, of course, you know, that's where we hope that, you know, we get the word out, farmers get the word out that, you know, these people have no recourse or have little recourse. I mean, if they're living out of their vehicles, you know, I mean, let's face it, it's really tough, but,
And to be able to set them up on the warrant hold, you actually have to have them set up as a vendor too. Which I'm sure they're not willingly giving you all that information to be able to set them up as a vendor.
well, Lynn, I think before next meeting, why don't you see, number one, what would be eligible to refer over to the Attorney General? Let's do that. And what process we'd have to follow to determine what we don't turn over to them on some collection. And we have a very low expectation of return on that. But we also have very low expectations on costs of that.
Yeah, it's really not about the money to me so much as it is about.
If we ought to continue.
Yeah,
Buzzing
these guys.
Damn. So won't you check on that and maybe give us a report at our next board meeting? Anything else for Steve? Okay. Hey, who's gonna do the next? I think before we do, I'm excited about this next one, so let's take a 10-minute break real quick and come back. I want everybody to pay real close attention to what the cabinet section shows.
Did it work?
We were trying to move on.
And Lisa, are you gonna do this or is Kevin gonna do this?
Kevin's gonna do it, I'll help him.
Okay.
All right. So you have to call Lisa real quick, 'cause
We're on item number 16.
Well, I mentioned something earlier about, I'll skip to the website part, but I mentioned, that we're reworking our website and Kevin's been working diligently to move over, a whole lot of our data. So it's very, very close to being ready. And we've also, I mentioned disasters earlier, which let's hope we don't have one, but we're 100% able to work almost everything from home, of course, except for practical exams, so. And the other things Kevin's been working on among all his other duties, is we reworked a lot of our network in anticipation of some new, outlets and the addition of some additional computers and people coming on and, that sort of thing. So he's been really busy in the IT, part. But there's also some new functions that we hope to have out on the website that are gonna help people go better and faster and find information more quickly, basically. And I'll let Kevin tell you about how all that's gonna work on our new website.
yeah, so you can see on the screen, it's a redesign of the website. It's the same exact content, but we just made it a little cleaner. It looks a lot different. And we cleared up a lot of the confusion that exists on the website now. And as we were working on the FAQ section, I don't know if you remember the old FAQ section. It's this really long page and you would have to scroll all the way to the bottom to get your answer. And that just seemed really unusable to me. So, and this was right around the time that I'm sure you've all heard of ChatGPT. It started becoming popular. So I got the idea that we would do sort of an interactive FAQ. And that came, so now if you see at the top, he's highlighting a link that says need help. And this was Frank's idea, by the way, but it's very appropriate because my name is Kevin, and I'm helped out by Kevin. So
I told Kevin I have this vision of every plumber in Texas cussing Kevin. Now Kevin told me such and such.
Better Kevin than me.
Yeah.
So what you have here is a very intelligent search engine. It's been trained on just about every document we could give it. So it's got all the plumbing rules, all the license law, the entire website, all the communications we put out, all the how-tos. And it should be able to answer just about any question that you have about plumbing in Texas. It's not completely there yet, but it's working pretty well. As you can see, Kevin just asked it, how do I get my apprentice? And it lists, it gives a very thorough answer of how you get your apprentice license in Texas. If he were to type in right now, hablas español, it would switch to Spanish, and we've had our Spanish speakers here confirm that that it speaks pretty good Spanish. So yeah, I mean, without further ado, I thought I'd open it up to do a sample question if any of you guys have.
Board members are in the audience, ask it a question. And keep in mind, this is a work in progress, so don't expect to be perfect. We're not ready to roll it out. But I think it's the neatest damn thing that I've ever seen. And it's gonna make it so much easier for our consumers to ask questions. And will it provide links? If I say, how do I know it? Well, I don't know, what's something that would have a link?
Well, so a question I asked it earlier was, if I'm.
You're reach Frank.
What?
That's a good one.
Yeah.
How do I reach Chairman Bill?
Try it, see what happens.
How do I read Frank then? How do I get rid of Frank then? It'll tell you.
It's already been discussed.
It will tell you.
It's already been discussed.
Need password.
I can't read.
It says reach Frank Denton, the chair of the Texas State Board of Plumbing Examiners. You can contact the TSBPE office directly As an information specialist, I do not have access to the personal contact information for board members. It's important to point out here, actually, that this has no access to anyone's personal files. So this is completely sandbox, it's safe, it's all this stuff you've heard about artificial intelligence doesn't really come up here because it's limited to the information we've given it.
How do I get to be on the TSBPE? How do I get to be on the board?
How to become a board member.
How do you become a board member?
Yeah, try it. I've never asked it this question, by the way.
Don't look at the document, but it's absolutely not.
It's in the rules, so.
You heard it right. I can hear you on the back row, by the way.
So it's giving a,
Better
yeah, it's giving quite a long answer to this.
Wow.
Scanning it, I can tell it's talking about the government appointments and things like that. It got the answer pretty right. And it's drawing from multiple sources, so I can already tell that that information wasn't just from one document. The question I asked it earlier, which I thought was great, was if I'm a plumber currently in New Orleans, can I work as a plumber in Texas?
Who is Don Hall?
It probably doesn't know that one.
Yeah,
Kevin, is it voice activated?
no, it's not.
Not yet.
No,
Not
not
yet.
Okay, John.
Yeah, so,
Well, that's a good point.
so its answer to that was,
Can't tie, you know.
its answer to the New Orleans question was to explain reciprocity. Its the first thing it said was absolutely. And it explains reciprocity, that we have an agreement with Louisiana, that kind of thing. So it's really smart. It it can find the heart of your question, and generally it gets the answer pretty spot on. We're gonna run it through each of our departments and have everyone review answers and that sort of thing. So we're still a ways off from going public, but it's really encouraging. I think, you can ask it why I'm not getting people on the phone or that sort of thing.
Yeah,
So-
ask it that. Why can't they reach anybody on the phone? That's a question I get all the time.
So do we.
Yeah. See what it says, see how it ends. Just call during normal business, all right? You can always.
So it apologizes. It says that it doesn't have access directly to the telephone system. It says, please understand that our telephones are currently experiencing a high volume of calls. In the meantime, I encourage you to peruse our website, and then gives the info address that you can click on and email directly. And then it closes by apologizing. So
We had someone in here today who was asking, how do I file a complaint against the plumber?
there you go. Filing a complaint against the plumber is an important step in addressing any concerns or issues you may have encountered. And it's a multi-paragraph response that walks you through, and it looks like it's a correct answer. Filling out the form, and it tells you about field staff. And then it describes the process and what's going to happen after that. So it says it's important to note that the TSBPE's role is to investigate and take appropriate action based on the findings. If the complaint involves a dispute over payment or workmanship, it may be more appropriate to seek resolution through other means such as mediation or legal action. So, its answers are very thorough.
Kevin, I had an employer call the other day. They were wanting to hire somebody, did not yet have his apprentice card, but he has an old felony. And his question was, how can he get an apprentice card? Or
There you go.
with an old
Yeah,
felony?
ask it that.
Felony, get them friends for it.
Yeah.
Mhm.
So it starts off by saying, while I will attempt to answer your question, you should know that I've been specifically trained on information that is directly relevant to the TSBPE. According to the TSBPE, the board shall review the application of an individual that has been convicted of a felony or misdemeanor directly related to plumbing to determine whether to disqualify the individual from receiving the registration license or endorsement, or deny the individual the opportunity to take the examination. So it explains the process. And this is straight out of the rules, I believe. You think that would have been a good enough answer?
Yeah, I just told him to call Steve.
Yeah. Well, so we're hoping that this functions as a bit of a triage,
Yeah,
so that, you know, Steve isn't getting every one of these calls.
right.
So, yeah, and we're encouraged. It's looking very good. And actually, if you could close the window, Kevin. Bunch of Kevins going on.
Come here, Kevin.
So the way it's located at the top bar next to the public license search, it just says need help up there. But also on every page, there's a TSBPE seal on the bottom left that you can click on. And it remembers your conversation. So if you've been browsing the website, you asked it one question, you're on a different page, you have a completely different question. It will remember what you asked it before and take that into account in its answer.
And it fussed at me one time. I called Kevin one, or did call him, sent him a text that one Friday night. I had asked it a question that I thought it answered incorrectly. So I asked it a few more questions and I went back and I asked the same question again. And it popped up and says, I've already answered that question once. And I tell you what it was, ask it because I want to see what it does. What plumbing code does San Antonio use? I want you to see what it is. I have no idea what it's going to answer.
So it says San Antonio, being a political subdivision, has the authority to adopt its own plumbing code. While I don't have access to the specific plumbing codes adopted by San Antonio, you can find this information by visiting the City of San Antonio's official website or contacting the San Antonio Development Services Department. They will be able to provide you with the most accurate and up-to-date information regarding the plumbing code in San Antonio. That's, in my mind, that's a perfect answer, because we want to make sure that it doesn't answer things that the TSBPE typically does not answer, you know, that's not within our jurisdiction. It's gonna send you to the appropriate place, which in this case is the San Antonio's page.
Kevin and I talked about the possibility of entering the IPC and the UPC codes some way if we could get a license to do it, but we kind of come to the conclusion, board members, that that's probably not a good idea, because the city had got the opportunity to revise those codes themselves. So to put out information about pure code and then take that and go use it in Houston or San Antonio where it's been amended might be a bad information.
And which edition are they under?
And which edition are they under? So
And the board recognizes both,
we do.
so.
Yeah.
So it might not be that specific, but I really, and be thinking, if there's a question you want to ask it, because like Kevin said, this is kind of a triage. And one of the things I'd ask Kevin to do, and Lisa, is he's going to get Lynn on legal issues, Gloria on licensing issues, testing, go back with GW or one of the examiners, and every department go through a list of hypothetical questions. You can check it for accuracy to make sure that it's answering the question the same way they would answer it. I think it's going to be a great tool for the consumers. And I want to make it
getting right now, every day.
Yeah.
When does my med gas expire? Not on my license anymore.
That's a great question.
ask it a question.
Ask it, yeah.
I don't think we've answered that.
No, I don't think so either.
I don't think it's going to expire. It doesn't have access to your.
You
Oh,
need to
yeah,
give it the
personal.
answer, I can tell you.
Huh?
You need to give it the answer, I can
Personal, but.
Wow, that is a long answer. Let's see. Sorry, it says to determine the expiration date of your medical gas piping installation endorsement, you can refer to your license documents or contact the Texas State Board of Plumbing Examiners directly as an information specialist. I don't have access to specific individual license information. And then it says you can find your license information by visiting the TSBPE website and navigating to the license information section. That needs to be actually updated slightly. but it's got the right idea. And then it gives the phone number and the email address. If you have a specific question about your specific case.
That's in the next question, gonna be, I tried that, but they won't answer the phone.
Yeah, that's right.
I mean, just a suggestion, if you give them a way to do their public search, they can look themselves up.
Yeah, no, that's what I'm saying is it got the name of the page wrong. It says the license information.
That's what we're looking for. It's
But-
something that'll help, that people can actually use it.
Because if they don't call us, that's great.
Yeah, exactly. That's why we're doing this. So what, between now and when it actually goes live, we will, after this meeting, I'll go in, I'll find that answer. And I can edit that answer. So from there on out, it sends people to the public license search.
You know, something else that would be a help for us if those who are listening to this that are frequently get a lot of questions, if you would send us those questions and let us put it in here and try to formulate an answer that would be helpful to anyone to ask, that would help us develop and train this document.
Email would be great.
Okay, so email them to Kevin. If you get, a couple of you said, I get this question all the time, to Kevin, so that he can put them in and perfect an answer that might be helpful to somebody.
Kevin, if it does, if somebody does ask a question like that directly, does it query that question and send it to you for, maybe, will it notify you?
No, so it doesn't notify me, but I can go back and look at it. So, there is a mechanism that we could enable that would allow people to put their email address in and be contacted with an answer, but we don't have that going yet. This is, alpha stage. So.
That's the free version.
Yeah, this is the. Yeah, basically.
Well, not necessarily free.
It's not
free
exactly free.
Because Kevin paid for this out of his own pocket and has financed this little project on his own. And
Thank you, Kevin.
Yeah, thank you, Kevin.
Wait, could we ask it, since the apprentice continuing ed is so new, can we ask it something about the apprentice?
Let's see what it
continuing ed? Give, what is this new apprentice continuing ed? What do I benefit from it? Where
You say it's not in there?
it's not there?
The rule's not there.
Oh, yeah, the rule, yeah. So as soon as the rules is updated, it'll be in there.
Do I have to take continuing ed for med gas? How much continuing ed do I have to take for med gas endorsement?
You can also just, it knows your typos, it corrects your typos perfectly. You can just jot things in very easily. So he just asked it, how much continuing ed do I need to take for med gas? The answer.
Sure is.
Continuing education requirements for med gas piping installation door endorsement, I would recommend referring to the TSBPE website. And then it goes on and explains that according to the TSBPE website, a licensee may not use a single medical gas CPE course to fulfill the continuing education requirement for more than one renewal period. The website also states that a medical gas CPE course shall be based on most current blah, blah, blah. Yeah, it's close and it keeps going.
Well, Lisa, will we have to put in the SSE 610 certification to address that if you're.
We've got to put the.
We will have to update it.
Yeah.
Rules are updated.
It's only as good as the information we give it, so, but we can very easily feed it information and we will keep it up
Well,
to
their
date.
CE is exactly the same, but obviously they need, they have to have additional CE if they're, because of the SSE.
Right. So that's an answer that I would clean up and I would give it a more specific answer,
It's gonna be a work in progress from now, on, but I'm gonna just tell you, I think that it's got the potential of really doing something for this agency. Not just in its current form, but in addition, some other things that we can add to it. For instance, the voice thing. When you come in and get a call and you don't got any answers, how about answer my question by voice recognition? Ask your question, see if you can respond to it. That software is out there, isn't it, Kevin?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, people are doing that right now.
Hey, Kevin, does your system have a name?
Well, right now we're calling it Kevin, which is weird.
So you can say, did you ask Kevin? See, that would be confusing. We won't know which Kevin to ask.
Yes.
I like this. So now we have Kevin 1, Kevin 2, and virtually.
Virtual Kevin, yes.
I see you have Gus Crabapple on one of the slides there. Can we call it Gus? Ask Gus?
Yeah.
Well, you know, I tell you, that we laughed about this and I told Kevin, if he didn't want to name it Kevin, we would name it Kevin. But I think it's a pretty catchy thing to do is tell people, I don't know, go on the website and ask Kevin. We can call it anything the board wants to call it.
Yeah, that's still a.
It's up in the air, but I vote for Ask Kevin. It's easy to remember and it's kind of catchy.
John, yeah, former John.
Yeah,
I wonder
Hey, all
why.
right,
Yeah.
Ask Candy Andy, how about that?
That's a John.
Anyway, we just wanted to show this to you. There is, believe it or not, I am surprised how few state agencies are moving in this direction so far. They may be out there, but I'm not aware of anybody that's actually using Chat GPT. And we're gonna use it. They've actually, this legislative session, they passed a bill creating an oversight committee to study the use of AI, artificial intelligence, in state agencies. And I think it's really important. This is not artificial intelligence. It's enhanced human intelligence because it's not doing anything that was not created by humans. It's not coming up with its own policies and procedures and things of that nature. It's only as good as the data we trained it on. And all of that is created by human beings. So it's really, it's a glorified search engine that's specific for plumbing in Texas. And we intend to monitor not just this and explore what we can do, but also participate in this oversight committee and see what other agencies are doing to utilize this type of technology to try to make it easier, more efficient and streamlined for their customer base. So I think it's got a tremendous amount of potential to maybe instead of going to Facebook and asking some jackleg a question, maybe they'll go ask Kevin. And I hope they'll get a better answer from Kevin than they will be on. We were out during the break while ago, one of the board members was looking at some plumbing board website. It's already out there. We've done away with the journeyman license now. We've made it where it's just a year, what was it?
A year for
A master exam.
There's all kinds of comments out there already.
I mean, I don't know what to do.
And none of those things really happen, folks. I want to be clear.
You guys did a lot during the last couple minutes.
We have,
Yeah.
we really have.
Kevin is this kind of activity. Does DIR have any regulations or guidelines on use of that? And are we in line with those?
Yeah, we're not aware of any, overarching regulations that have been passed yet. They have that exploratory
They have
committee.
this oversight that, to be honest,
It's coming.
It's
let me tell you
coming.
something, state government is always 10 years late on everything. So we're doing it. They're just now forming a committee next October to provide
talk about it.
oversight and input about it. And we're gonna follow it. We're gonna see, because some other agencies are gonna have some ideas, and I want to steal everything that's good for us to use it that we can afford.
Yeah, and from what I saw from that committee, it flies underneath that a little bit
A
because
little bit.
because
It's
it's
not
not.
AI.
Yeah,
Yeah.
exactly. It's AI when it comes to language. It can use AI to write a perfect sentence, but other than that.
But gosh, think about translating into Spanish. It'll also translate into Vietnamese.
Yeah, it can do
It'll be
many
Vietnamese.
languages. And it'll do the entire answer and have a dialogue with you in whatever language you want.
So I think it's pretty neat stuff. I think it's something that's gonna shape the direction of this agency in the years to come. And I'm thankful we've got Kevin to know something about it, because I'm just now learning how to turn on my computer. So, thanks. to
Kevin,
Lisa
I have-
for giving him a green light.
Kevin, I
Yes,
have a
sir.
question. Is the new website going to work better with mobile devices? I know a lot of our young people have trouble with apps, and I see them trying to do their application on their phones. I've told them all that you can't. You have to log in on a computer to the website, or is there any advancement towards getting a mobile app?
So our website, the TSBPE website is going to be, it's going to work perfectly on a mobile phone. The online licensing system, however, is run by HPC, and that's a massive can of worms. And that's the website that I think we all would love if it works perfectly on a phone. We don't have control over that, but this website is going to work perfectly on a phone.
The database is slated for a new mobile version, but it won't be until the next year. They have it and they've been looking at it, but it's cost money.
What was that you said about the state being 10 years behind?
Yeah, that's true. It is that. You know, I told Kevin, I've been using AI and this chat GPT for 10 years and didn't even know it. I subscribe to Best Buy where they'll work on your computer. If you have a problem, it's kind of an annual contract. Whenever you have a problem, enter their chat room, say, what's your problem? You put your problem. She says, hi, this is Jan. Let me help you with your problem. And then it walks me through all these steps to do them. It's an app. It's the same thing as this thing. It's a AI type system that I've been communicating with for 10 years. And I always thought it was some girl named Jan. So I think it's got a lot of potential and I want us to be on the cutting edge of it. And it would appear to me that there's not other state agencies that are doing this right now. So I'm real anxious to get it going and get it rolled out and perfect it and expand it to areas that we need to. There's one good thing. Everybody talks about AI is going to eliminate people. You know, there are advantages to working for a small, understaffed agency. I can tell you that there's not any piece of technology that's going to replace the 51 people that we've got at the State Board of Plumbing Examiners doing 103,000 licenses. So I don't think that's ever going to be a problem for us. But I will say this, that if I were working for some large mega agency with thousands of customer service people and, you know, hundreds of people, I think there's reason to be concerned. These things can do a lot. And it's going to do a lot for us to expand we've got to leverage our resources every chance we can. When you've got issues like high call volume is not a problem, it's a symptom of the problem. The problem is an uninformed workforce or customer base. And the symptom is they're having to call to get the answers to it. So the more we can push out information, accurate information to our licensee base and our customers, the less phone calls we're going to get, because that's the problem. You treat the problem, not the symptom. Traditional knowledge would be to go out and hire you another half a dozen customer service people to answer phones. But that's really treating the symptom instead of the problem. So this is going to go directly to the problem, I believe. Anyway, I'm excited. I don't care if anybody else is or not, but I. So. And unless somebody comes up with a better idea or an objection, I'm for calling it Ask Kevin.
I think that's perfect.
Any other questions or?
What if we called it Frank?
No, not Frank. Everybody knows I don't know the answers.
That was my suggestion.
Do what?
That was my suggestion.
No. Everybody.
After hours, we could direct the calls to your cell phone, Kevin.
That's hilarious.
Okay, anything else, Kevin?
No, I'm good.
We'll stay on course.
Yep.
And I look forward to other ideas and innovations that we can do to help us do our jobs better and serve our customers better. So. Lisa, anything else on this before we?
No, sir.
Are you done?
Yep.
Everybody done?
Yep.
Okay. All right, let's move on now to item number 17. Discussion and possible action on a fee study to review all agency fees and possible creation of a fee review committee. Earlier in the day, we approved all the current fees that we charge to all of our licensee base, which included removing all the fees for endorsements that we've been doing for a year, but it was still in our rules, but we've eliminated them now. Coming up onto a new biennium and a new budget year, it's gonna be appropriate for us to review all of our fees again. To make sure that we have got adequate revenue to cover this extra $1,900,000 that we've been appropriated to spend. And as Kenneth alluded to earlier, we think we have enough as it stands right now that it's gonna be a little bit tight, but we believe it's enough. But Lisa and I have been talking about this for a year. We really need to take a look at our fee structure. I don't anticipate anything that's gonna shock anyone or be material. But some will go away, some may go up $1, and some may go down. I don't know. But I would like to do this maybe sometime before our August or September meeting. The heavy, and I'm gonna ask 3 members of the board to serve with me on a work group to do this. And if they're willing to do it, maybe Justin, Dave Yelovich, and Tommy Rice and myself will be on this work group. And the heavy lifting is gonna get done by Lisa, Lynn, and Kenneth. They will actually go through and see what changing $1 here or $2 here would do to our overall budget. And then once they go through that process, the 4 of us would have a meeting and kind of go through their rationale and their thinking, verify that the money is gonna be sufficient to cover our expenditures this year. And then after that, bring it to the full board for approval or discussion. So if those 3 board members are willing, it'll probably be sometime in August before they get that done, and we might even do it by Zoom if we can, or in person, whichever, so.
Count me in. I'm good.
Okay, great.
I'm good too.
Okay.
Yes.
Justin said he is too, so. All right, we're down to 18 public comment. Anyone, Dawn, want to make a public comment?
Can I make a comment to the public?
Yeah, sure.
I just wanted to say that there's a lot of people that have taken a written journeyman or tradesman examination. And once they pass it, they may well get a letter that's blank. Please disregard it. It does not mean there's something wrong with your practical exam. Just disregard blank letters. Forget about them. Don't send me an email. Don't call about them. They mean nothing.
Throw them in the trash, huh?
Throw them in the garbage.
Okay.
We've got it fixed and it should stop spitting these letters out. They're just going everywhere.
Maybe virtual Kevin can help.
Ask Kevin. Ask Kevin.
Oh, boy.
Anyone for public comment, either online, Dawn?
I do not have anybody online, but I have 3 people that are in person.
Well, whoever you are, step up if you've got a comment.
Mr. Curtin?
Thank you. Thank y'all for allowing me to comment. Yeah, a couple of things I wanted to mention. I think the virtual deal that y'all are doing, the AI, great deal. That'll take a lot of the load off of y'all's phone and a lot of the load off of our phone. Because we get those calls when they can't reach the plumbing board, then it comes through us providers. So that'll take care of us providers as well. So I appreciate that y'all are doing there. The definition back there again that y'all proposed, I'm right with you, Ron, on that. Let's narrow down the scope of what we can do virtual. Instead of opening this up to everything out there, as the inspectors have done, there's certain things they can inspect virtual, some things they can't inspect virtual. Let's narrow it down. And with Darren's comment there again, let's define what do we mean by commercial? Because there is commercial residential. You got big apartment complexes out here with hundreds of units. And people just go out there and do anything they want on that, never get an inspection, never get anything. And that's something that we don't want to have. And if they're doing it virtual, then we're basically going to be that again. We're throwing an apprentice out there and say, well, if you get caught, put it on your telephone and, get us on your phone. So we've got to narrow down the scope of what they can do, where they can work, and what they can do. I love the idea of the 2,000 hours put into there. Again, how you document that's gonna be another little story on that one. Because this guy's gonna be out there with his apprentice card and his telephone. He's not gonna have a document in his pocket. Says, look, I've got 2,000 hours. So that throws an enforcement nightmare for Steve, I think. But that's the kind of thing that I hope we work out at the next meeting and get some comments back into that. And that'll be a lot of comments you're gonna get between now and sure. But other than that, guys, I appreciate what y'all are doing. Glad y'all are meeting here. Appreciate you guys coming for no salary to come here and no reimbursement. So, but that's great. Thank y'all. Appreciate it.
Look forward to your written comments on all this. Thank you. Anyone else?
Mr. Joe Cooper?
Hi, thank y'all. This, just wanted to say it's Kevin, all in on the Kevin.
Oh, okay.
Okay, that's a great step forward, but I wanted to address the consideration for the ASSE 6010. That is wonderful. That is something that is occurring across the country. We're already doing that. That is a feather in the board's cap. It'll take your number of, at least it'll take your number of licensees in that area and increase them immensely. And that's what we need going forward. We're not going to stop building hospitals. We're fixing to do it a lot. Thank you for that.
Thank you, Kevin.
Mr. John Mata?
Thank you. I also like to thank the board on the national certification. I think it's good for the industry. The industry would like it. We're seeing all the professionals out there, include them in their contract documents. So I think, and their job specification. So it's one of the things that we really need to, I'm glad that the board decided to take action. And if you need anything, please utilize it as a resource. ASSE is part of IATMO. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Benton, we do have one person that wants to speak online.
Sure.
Mr. Adam Smith?
Mr. Smith, are you there?
I am. Can you hear me? Oh, I'm assuming you can hear me. Give me a thumbs up if you can. Sorry. Excellent. Greetings from the great state of Colorado. Wanted to say hi to everybody. I agree with the public comments that have happened so far. I think the ASSE certification is awesome and we should head that direction. I had the same question you did, Mr. Denton. What is that extra 8 hours that they're teaching? And I wasn't able to find a direct answer online. It just seems like they're allowing a longer period of time to communicate the same education that we're providing. They're just providing it in a longer format, which I would 100% support as an instructor and a provider. I also agree with what Mr. Curtin was saying about narrowing down the unsupervised or the direct supervision requirements. I think that would be a good thing for us to do to separate between what are we defining as commercial and residential. I do think there is some virtual tools that allow us to supervise people in the field, but I agree there needs to be a lot more compressed definition there, and I will be happy to submit that in writing so that way the board can consider it in the future. And I too am also all in on Kevin. We should ask Kevin all the time. That is amazing. It's a great tool and I like calling it Kevin, so I'm in on that. Thank you, board, so much for what you guys are doing. We appreciate you.
Thank you, Mr. Smith. See, I told you, Kevin. You would catch on.
Used to be a big hit.
Yeah, that's so. Anyone else?
That's it.
Okay. Last item on the agenda is, I guess, our next meeting, which I would suspect is gonna be probably August, early September, along those lines. The agenda item, Lynn's gonna give us some guidance on what we can do to further harass, if not collect some of these fees that are uncollectible at this point. She'll give us some guidelines on that. We will hopefully have a new fee structure that for the board to take into consideration next time. And I guess, Lynn, Tim, give me a timeline on the posting on this new virtual supervision.
On the amended posting, we're gonna try to get it in the next week. It takes about 2 weeks for the register to publish it from when we submit it. So I'm saying you're probably gonna see it hit the register 3 weeks to 4 weeks out.
So we may or may not be ready on that
Stay tuned. We'll let you know. We want to give it plenty of opportunity to do that.
Will that be a posted meeting when you have
Oh,
the meeting?
Oh, absolutely. It will be a part of our board meeting. Our fee approval will be a part of the board meeting. So, yeah, absolutely.
The meeting to talk about.
No.
the-
No, it will not.
It'll be open.
The staff will be doing the heavy lifting on that. We are charged with the responsibility of covering the amount of appropriations that we're given. And so they're gonna play with those fees, eliminate some, adjust some upward or downward to make sure we've got an adequate amount of coverage to cover our appropriations. Our board will then review that with the staff, and then it'll come for a public meeting for a full vote at a board meeting. Yes, that's the way it works. You're welcome to comment on it at any
That's just
time.
never how it's ever been. I'm just trying to figure out your system.
Yeah, well, it's not necessarily my system. It's gonna be it'll be a public
Lot different.
meeting.
It's always been that the industry and the plumbers had some kind of say, and there has been a discussion. We are very fearful of raising more or making the apprentices pay more money. They're already having to do the fingerprints. So there's a number of things that I think all the industry would really be reluctant to raise. And so, it's always been where the contractors were able to recoup it. And when y'all changed the way the structure was, it did kind of misalign the stars, and hopefully we'll get back to where it should be, like I say, the contractors and us have always worked together on how we did the fee structure.
Well, I appreciate
Had
your
input.
I appreciate your input, and also will pay particular mind to your sensitivity about apprentice amounts and things of that nature. But I will tell you, and again, we can't really get into a discussion of it if we're talking about future agenda items. I will tell you that a $15 fee for an apprentice amounts to 1 penny an hour.
It's not the only fee they have to pay for the
I understand,
fingerprints.
but it's the only
Include
fee,
barriers.
it's the only one that we control.
Yeah.
And that's the $15 for an apprentice, and it amounts to a penny an hour, so. We're gonna continue to keep it low, because I get it, fingerprinting and everything else, you start adding it up, and it's a lot of money. Anything else agenda wise? Okay. All right, well, I suspect we'll have a full agenda again. No doubt Steve will have another list of lawbreakers to bring to us. And anything else before we adjourn? Anybody else talk about?
You'd encourage everybody to stay safe out there. This heat's nothing to mess with.
Well, that's for sure. Okay, meeting adjourned.